does seem like Classic
Ay,
has
ay,
this,
ay.
ability to basically very carefully stretch out on the map, get more tech. Eventually, we go into that Stargate tech. That's where he's really, I'm talking about late game here, really getting more comfortable.
This looks like it's going to be a good one.
The mothership. And it seems like it's just a tough situation for the Zerg to trade it out. So I think you might be right. I think some of this is going to come down to Seoul stopping Classic, so to speak.
You know, a lot of people have mentioned that Classic has kind of given them some stats vibes with how he plays recently. Well, that's where Seoul made his name. Like, most of his big tournament wins back there were against stats in the finals, but Classic is stats plus, stats extra, stats 0, cherry stats.
Certainly not diet stats.
Diet stats, yeah.
You know, it's
stats and Coke.
This is going to be very cool to see. You're right. We've seen the rebirth of the macro defensive Protoss. You know, one of the things that's, you know, very celebrated about Protoss, and also very frustrating to play against Protoss with, is that they have so many different approaches to the
I'm just doing my broadcast real quick, and then we'll be yapping
after the Cybernetics core finishes. But they don't have to be cheesy. They don't have to do timed attacks. They don't have to mix it up. You can be almost a predictable to a T Protoss player, just macroing up. And that's why I think this is going to be so exciting and so epic. And, you know, Seoul is able to play the full range of Zerg styles, but I think it's fair to say a lot of games he tends to go for that macro route.
Yeah, he leans way into the macro. He plays a better defensive macro line than anyone else in the world by a good margin, I would say. And he definitely leans towards that. Like, we do see him occasionally mix in a cheese, and I think that this overall balance has worked wonders for him over the years, obviously. But
I want to see Seoul win.
A little bit at this tournament.
I mean, might be quite a bit biased, but you know, it's been a hot minute since this last tournament win.
Kind of defensive macro games, so I do wonder if Seoul is going to mix it up any. Like, I know Classic will do some aggression. Like, I mean, you're Protoss, you got to do a little bit of attack move. Come on, you know, you got to get in there and mix up a little bit. But I don't think, as it's been described, that the onus is really completely on him, because if he just gets into good upgrades, Storms, Archons, late game Tempest Carrier, Mothership, that's hard for Zerg to stop.
We had a long period where there wasn't that much StarCraft 2, and then, of course, StarCraft 2 was announced for the Esports World Cup, so we had to get all of these tournaments ramrodded through.
Yeah.
And very quickly we learned that in the current state of the meta, Protoss seem to be pretty strong. They are in a stronger position than ever.
Pretty strong indeed.
You know, we've had historically more Zerg and Terran wins in the past, but this does seem to be the year of Protoss. A lot of people...
not the worst thing, though.
Broadcasts, like behind the scenes, are planning maybe for Classic to win this. He looks to be in very good shape. He's got a style that doesn't seem to have any kind of obvious flaws. In fact, it's more of a puzzle to solve for the Terrans and the Zergs that have to go up against him. And, you know, let's not forget that Seoul was here just a year ago.
Yep.
Fighting against
Still
Clem.
setting up,
and,
but...
you know, Clem, we thought, wouldn't that be cool if he won? But obviously, Seoul was the favorite. However, when that final match happened that you and I casted, it was Clem that won decisively.
Oh yeah, I need to change that.
We have Seoul returning this year to come and take it all. Right.
It's just about to start.
All right, there we go.
So we're going to be going into our first map, everybody. This is a best of 5, and probably it's going to be a pretty long and dramatic best of 5. Probably a lot of macro games here.
Let's see how this series pans out.
15-year history of StarCraft 2 are going head-to-head to see who will advance to the next stage here of the Esports World Cup.
Oh man, cannot wait. What's your prediction, Tasteless?
I think Classic 3-2.
Oh, that's what I think too. Oh, we were meant to be.
Oh wow, this is gonna be
you and me together forever, taste ass.
Bottom left in the red, he is Classic.
I want to be optimistic and say Seoul 3-2, but
and his opponent here in the top
I don't know how his play looks these days. I don't know how it looks.
In a Korea versus Finland match, it's interesting when Classic won the GSL.
If this was a couple years ago, it'd be no question, no doubt in my mind.
You know, last time he was on top of the world was a decade ago. It's easy to forget how long ago that actually was.
Yeah, absolutely. No, he
Hey,
is,
we're doing a little watch party for anybody who's tuned in.
long-standing high-end Protoss, and like honestly, he was like the best Protoss in the world back then. You know, he's come back obviously, and he's had some good results here and there. Really, this year he's peaking again, which is really nice to see. You know, I always thought that he could, but it's great to see these guys come out of the military and actually regain some of that former glory.
Yeah, they're having to go to the military. It's the worst thing for his StarCraft career.
Professional players have this mandatory military service where they have to serve, and they're not allowed to make money, and that includes from pro gaming. And so, historically in Korea, a lot of the Koreans and basically fans around the world kind of assume that once you go to the military, because of that time off, you're going to be too old to compete and not viable when you come back. And we've learned
That's such a silly freaking belief.
all the way back from StarCraft 1, which is about 27 years old now, into StarCraft 2, which is about 15 years old. You can come back and play in your older age and apparently be one of the greatest players in the world, as we see here with Classic.
Yeah, and that's more of a recent development as well. Actually, the first player to come back successfully from military in StarCraft 2 was DRG.
Right.
And that was not that many years ago, right? That was
Too bad
4 years ago or
DRG's
so.
Yeah, I think so.
But yeah,
nowhere
it's really
now.
great to see
Don't know
because
where
we
he's
never
gone
have
to.
permanently lose these great pros anymore, which is really nice.
And it's also
He never really
cool to see that we
rebounded,
have these
like-
macro Protoss players that have come back in a period where it almost seemed like macro might have been a trend that had been solved by Terrans and Zergs, where it's like, well, they can try to play that, but maybe it's the hardest way to approach the game.
Yeah.
And really, it's about trying to play a long game where you do everything perfectly versus trying to come in here and do something cheesy or throw them off or fake them out with some tech that's actually
I gotta correct the way that you said it, just because like I think there's a better way to say
That
it.
third's going down
Correct. It's not that the macro is harder. it's
2
that-
seconds later than
Yes.
what you normally see. It's not that big of a deal. He was getting blocked.
Okay, the first adept is out on the map. This is Stargate tech, which is normal. This doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be a macro game or a cheesy game. It's just one of the standard routes we see in the matchup. We have the adept coming in here. It's not going to get drone kills. Pushing in, seeing, okay, how many drones are there in this position as the Oracle is going to be starting back.
We have seen Classic do a lot of,
Imagine we're gonna see a
well,
couple of attempts,
yesterday,
a couple of
seeing
Oracles at third
adept
base.
aggression without glaze.
You know, Classic specifically in this matchup tends to not try anything other than poking, scouting, occasionally getting workers if he can, without ever overextending.
Well, that's how you end up losing a lot of games, man, is overextending. More than anything else, probably. More games, I think.
Not getting much done.
Defense than great offense.
I think so.
Down 2 workers,
So
though.
the first Oracle's out. The second one is on the
Having
way
to
here.
make the spores, though, that's why.
Needs to confirm that there's nothing weird and out of the ordinary going on here.
Right, the Oracle going to fly in and be pushed away pretty quickly there. And not any real damage dealt as of yet. Time for that third Nexus to get started. A couple of Adepts coming down and taking their standard positions. We'll see if seoulr dives on that. He did make a decent group of Zerglings, but you know, normally you do have between the Oracles and the Adepts enough to hold this, but the Oracle's going in for another dive, so seoulr, he has some potential here.
The 2 Oracles going in.
The first 2 Oracles are going to come up. They're going to be able to. Oh, I guess.
Gets
not.
1, 2, 3. Wow, that's.
Instead, they're going to get a triple kill. Glide over here to the back. The Adepts are positioned in between the minerals so that the Zerglings can't get the surface area, but this is actually a lot of lings. And
That's
these
pretty
Oracles
huge.
aren't going to quite get back home. This is a pretty masterful.
Getting free adept kills. Well, not really free, but still getting the free adepts and doing without the Oracles intervening.
Drones here. Classic has to go all the way back home. This is a lot of damage on the Nexus, and you know the Oracles. Look,
Did some body damage, took down all the shields.
Through the shields there, so I like this overall here for seoulr.
Yeah, that was a good move. That was a good move. Don't forget that, you know, he did end up losing 3 drones to the Oracles in that time, so it's like, okay, you know, he also had to warp in a couple more Adepts, so he ended up losing 4 Adepts, a couple more Adepts warped in. Yeah, I mean, I think it was still pretty good for seoulr overall. In the meantime,
+1 melee,
his melee
+1 for both, +1 attack for Classic. High Templar Archives, so Storm. The emergency Roach Warren.
Gonna come through here. It does spot the layer, and you know.
Or safety Roach Warren, I mean.
Sorry, this is one of these slow cook games. Both sides are very focused on development. Both sides are trying to hit every mark, get every worker out perfectly.
Ooh, he didn't see the +1 melee.
Overlord, tech up.
Oh, yeah, and Blink. So yes, seoulr knows the Stalkers.
Further along that you get.
Or is anticipating, I should say.
Pattern is gliding across the top of the map. And one way to think about this map is, you know, from bottom to top is almost like it's layers. You've got your first layer, which hugs either the top or the bottom, depending on your starting location.
Can't even get a probe kill.
Everything in layer 2 that's a little bit further down or a little bit further up, again, depending on the spawn location, is much more pushable.
Is there a third layer?
No. Well, I guess maybe the center right, but
Yeah, that 9 o'clock is the third layer.
Yeah.
You know what? No, I think that's an appetizer for one. You got to battle over that one.
We actually have a lot of games where that base ends up being taken. It's kind of crazy. You would think
Their worker counts are fairly similar to each other too.
So we've got an expansion here, actually not on that bottom layer. It's going to be at the triangle base up here.
I got to point out here, 𝙀𝙓𝙋𝘼𝙉 and 𝙀𝙓𝙋𝘼𝙉 coming up, right? He has that Roach Warren, which is, you know, something that I would think is more kind of Seoul-esque.
Yeah, Seoul has to stay ahead by one base at least.
From Rogue, who's had really good results against Protoss. A lot of 𝙀𝙀 Hydra. You know, it's an older style.
4 High Templars, lots of energy. He sees it.
To play a more aggressive 𝙀𝙀 Hydra, will he be as good at it as Rogue is? And the thing is, Classic has been holding it more often than not. So he is actually like an expert at defense against this.
This is basically like a burst damage play.
Yeah.
Here comes the massive swarm of freaking Hydras popping.
Through that expansion and also go so far. If you can get the cybernetics core as well, that's the icing on the cake. And it's really up to the Protoss to have perfect engages and kind of preempt this as much as possible. And it's tough. And, you know, it doesn't come without sacrifice because the Hydras are very expensive. So are the Banes. So you basically do a huge dump in resources to not have any amazing investments later on. But
Infestation pit going down like around 720, 730, or 725.
High Templars, right? Like if you can kill off a bunch of High Templars, then yeah, you can continue.
I'm seeing this more often, like delayed Hive now, because right now Hive would be started for Seoul.
The cost efficiency just goes through the roof for Protoss.
That's right. Got the first Archon.
Is he gonna start Hive, or is he just gonna go hold off?
Second Archon, thank you. We're gonna have
Because of you and me. You know, it's the first one in the game. Tasteless. Come on, Tasteless.
This is where the attack's gonna hit. He's maxed out. Seoul needs to do this with perfection. If he can, it's possible that Classic is going to be knocked into game 2. But if Classic holds, and holds really well, it's going to be a very, very easy game after this for him. We've got a drop loading up. We've got the attack over here in the front. And the idea is that Seoul's going to hit so hard in so many locations that there's nothing that Classic can do.
Yeah, this circling drop is actually something that Rogue showed us as well against Classic in the GSL Finals. So very cool to see that being mixed in. A couple of different, very aggressive styles coming out here for Seoul. I really like the way that he's approaching this game. Now he is starting to come in. The Banelings trying to roll, and looks like they do get stormed out. But the circling drop is going to.
Here it goes, the main attack.
As this 𝙀𝙀 Hydra attack.
And you can see the Banes coming in now. 2 Archons here in the back. And the
He's trying to bait the storms.
Right over here to the workers. We've got an attack.
There we go.
As well as the natural. There is just chaos everywhere. Classic down in supply right now, has to hang on. Cheryl's been very conservative with the Banelings.
Yeah, he's not diving as hard.
Get eaten up by Storm. The final push comes through. There might be enough Hydras and enough damage.
That's a lot of Hydras that are still around. A lot of Storms used on that didn't really hit too much.
3 probes going down is a large number, but don't forget there are 4 Nexus. He still has 58, so the game isn't over right now, but definitely this was a good move from Seoul overall. The Ling drop in the main base, I think he kind of complicated this position for Classic more than Classic's used to.
That's right. Another attack's going to come in here on the side. A Storm goes down, getting a lot of value there, taking out a lot of those Banelings. The Hydras coming in here from the top as the rest of the Hydras and Banes wrap around. The Concave here is looking really good, but the reinforcements here from Classic are barely enough.
Yeah,
He's being really aggressive despite all that damage Seoul just did.
But it's in a very good place right now. A little bit of counter harassment here with these Zealots, so you know, tries to get something done, but Seoul actually cleans that up very, very quickly.
He did pick up with those Overlords. I assume these are Banelings. They're going to be dropped off over here. There's a chance that Classic's not looking. Even though he doesn't have a screen anywhere else, it doesn't matter. He gets the drop.
Oh, that was juicy.
So good this game. And I got to tell you, I love to see him play this more aggressive style. You know, like we were talking about before, you know, Classic is so good at the late game, the onus isn't just on him. Seoul needs to think about mixing it up early, and he's just done such a good job of it here.
Yeah, he's going to have another attack that's going to come in over here. This appears to be the weaker position as the cannons go down. 𝙀𝙓 not going to overextend, but, you know, that forces out a couple more cannons. I mean, anything you can pick at this point in time is going to be worthwhile. I think there are still drop overlords on the right. Is that correct? On the bottom right, I think I see something down there.
Those are banelings.
Yeah, okay, so they're not there. He's going to make Banes there. I guess some of the drop overlords
No
are
sixth
back
base
north,
from
but
𝙀𝙓
either
because
way, he's gonna try to
he's
set
dumping a
up
lot of resources into the attacks.
at the very top. But with 𝙀𝙓 maxing out, point in case, he is going to wind up for another attack.
Yeah,
He does have Hive.
Ready, and
yeah,
obviously against this composition that we're seeing from Classic are going to do very, very well. Now, Classic is starting some Plasma Shield upgrades. I actually saw him cancel out his +3 attack to get Plasma Shields. I think that's actually a pretty good call.
Yeah, Spire
has some Stargates, so maybe he can start to get. Yeah, there we go. Carrier on the way. So, you know, that's kind of the way that you're going to start playing at this point when your opponent is going to be going into those lurkers. But I feel like 𝙀𝙓 has a very good timing with this lurker-based army where he has real potential to get more damage done and just get this game into a position where Classic is not going to be coming back.
We did get sight of a Nidus network. By the way, I love how 𝙀𝙓, he just trickles a couple units in. He's trying to bait out a couple of storms and then basically get an opening here. The lurkers are going to leapfrog forward right now. If Classic pushes too far in, he could lose quite a bit. But keep in mind, Classic supply is spiking up. We did a second ago get a shot of a Nidus network, but we don't know where it's going to go. I assume it's going to be the
and 7th base for 𝙀𝙓. Classic still only on 4.
You probably can't plant that Nidus until he starts another attack. The idea is that you can only have your screen in one place at a time in StarCraft. And usually you're trying to storm, you're trying to position your army, and that's when you want to throw that down. Never mind, he's going to throw it up over here on the right.
That's kind of interesting.
Normally they do that after it fails in the main.
Yeah, I know, right? The build is to actually fail in the main and then pop it up
out there.
outside of the fort.
He might fail outside his base, and he makes it in the main. Oh, he's
Oh, now he's going into the main.
All right. Well, I guess we were both right.
Very cool. Very cool. Okay, so yeah, he got the first one down and actually walks some lurkers over here. We'll be able to push those back, but it seems like the other one has been dealt with. You know, I think that's why people normally go for it in the main base first, because after the first Nidus, you're way more ready for future Niduses. The first one has the most potential.
Right. Yeah.
So as soon as you hear that open, you actually look at your main base, right? That's normally where it is.
That's a good point. You'll always default if you hear that noise to over there. Keep in mind, there's no way with the lurkers over here for Protoss to expand to the right, but Classic is going to wrap around from where his third base is and go to that.
Perhaps he doesn't have an overseer with his lurkers at that point.
And stays on it, the game becomes so much.
Yeah, he has an escape route. As I say that, he did morph it, but it's too late.
Crucially important here for Classic.
We've got another attack going to come down here from the top. And if it hits down here, I mean, I don't know how prepared he is. You know, it's starting to get scary when you see the carriers come out. Yeah. Because that's really where they can punish you as you run away. You've got more damage coming out here.
Yeah, 𝙀𝙓 is at a point where he could lose this game because the carrier count's getting pretty high. This Sky Toss army is becoming more dominant than the ground army.
As well as that base at 9 o'clock. We do have one more base up here in the top left that hasn't been taken. I'm sure he'll take that at some point coming up. A couple Vipers on the way, getting the Flyer Carapace and some Corruptors to help deal with these air units. You know, we'll see if he wants to approach this via like abducting things, or is he going to try to get, you know, a bunch of parasitic bombs down. You know, we've definitely seen both of those styles utilized.
So at this point in time, I mean, Classic's kind of gotten to where he needs to be. Zerg does look scary, especially when you consider the fact that the gold base is still not something that can be contested right now. Classic's still in turtling mode, but beginning to finish all the pieces of the puzzle. We've got the Tempest out here. We're going to have the Mothership soon. And from there, it's basically the Protoss' turn. In fact, we see a push coming up on the top of the map. Well, I guess he's going to turn around. There are some Zealots, though, hitting this gold base.
Yeah. Well, with a couple lurkers there and the spines going up, I think that's a really great, efficient defense there from 𝙀𝙓, so that Zealots aren't going to be a great answer to it. In the meantime, trying to utilize some of his...
If he could get some of those High Templars killed. Oh, he still was the wrong spot.
I like the ideas here from 𝙀𝙓, where he's trying to poke in and prod in, but Stats is kind of on top of everything. You know, he's not really taking any damage from these. He will end up coming down, and you know, they pop a...
Called up by the wrong name. But, wrong player, dude.
It's What's happening, Artosis? Classic is beginning to clear the map.
Yeah, Classic's army's too scary now.
Now Serral's repositioned into a very defensive game. Small Ling attack over here, but it should be fairly inconsequential.
Yeah, throws down that cloak and really going to make it a little bit hard for him to come back. Recall as well to bring that army over and force everything away. Classic does have to keep his 5 bases up. You can't really lose a base from here and feel like you're in a good spot.
Yeah.
Okay, we've got to push out on the map with the mothership. And this is where the trading becomes extremely difficult for the Zerg.
Another nice room next to the other.
Is Protoss barely trying to keep on top of this? You know,
Serral's playing like an AI now.
Everything into a good position, the tight angle. Here's where it gets very, very scary.
I gotta say, I just saw a second Nidus go up over at 9 o'clock. Very kind of StarCraft 1-esque, like very defensive Niduses. So
yeah, it's like a Defiler Nidus.
Really love to see that there from Serral. Very, very smart move. That might be able to save that base later on. Now, Classic's starting to push down this base. This could be a little bit tricky because we don't really have that ultimate late game army or what is generally considered that for Serral as of yet. He's still very heavy on lurkers. We have seen Rogue playing that way a little bit as well in this matchup, utilizing the lurkers as kind of the anti-High Templar, anti-Archon, and I actually think there's definitely some merit there. So what I'm most interested in watching here from Serral's point of view is as the lurkers go down, does he remake them? Is this actually what he wants on the ground to help clear out those ground units from Classic?
I like the Zealots being spread to these different expansions. This basically forces Serral from ever getting everything that he has together, because you have to have something here to position.
This is brutal to watch, though. The charge lots just killing drones.
We have another Nidus, I believe,
Gold base is looking pretty dead. Yeah, Serral knows it. He's just out.
Evacuate with these Niduses, gets most of the drones out, so that's kind of nice. And does bring through the lurkers to attack this bottom left. But, you know, with that recall, of course, Protoss has a Nidus of their own, and we'll be able to clear that up.
It's a funny thing because it takes longer for Protoss to kill with these pushes than, like, let's say Terran does. Sometimes Terran could just stim and obliterate everything. But it works out nicely because of the recalls.
Yeah.
You basically
I don't know what his end game army is gonna be. I see infestors, so like Neuroparasite is an option, but I'm not sure what else to expect.
I'll tell you, without that recall, I don't know how Classic would ever win a game like this. It would just be impossible. Serral all over the place with these Niduses. I really like how he's just popping out everywhere and trying to deal damage, but when you look at the efficiency, it looks really good for Classic. It's like Serral's walking up with a bunch of lurkers and killing some stuff, but they're getting stormed down, right? Like he's losing lurkers for like mineral-based buildings.
The recall into the main.
To the main base. Huge move here. Time warp on top of the ramp. Tons of Psystorm ready as well.
Yeah, great side.
I was always like the last time that I've seen this done was 𝙀𝙓𝙋𝘼𝙉, long time ago. Don't see it that often anymore.
The hive is gone. Any tech he gets in here, and there's a lot of it, is going to be a long ways away before he can get it back.
He needs to remake that lurker den. He does get it done. Yeah.
Really is. Serral trying to remake a lot of his tech around the map. You know, he is getting that +2 flyer carapace, so that's good at least. Has a lot of corruptors in here, and he's going to start picking off some units, so that's good. That's a type of move that he needs to do, but he needs to do that a lot for a very long time.
Yeah, and because he's in the main, suddenly this base over here is impossible to defend. So he's going to get a second free kill. Nothing on Classic side of the map has been broken, by the way. Maybe a little bit excessive for this Archon to be eating damage from that spine.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good for Classic. It's been looking good for a while, ever since Serral didn't take down the 4th base.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised if he just recalls everything back.
I think if Serral had taken down that 4th base, it would have been a different story.
Just walk down the ramp and try to break more things. Like, you see a bunch of the units there of Serral in the bottom, so why not attack a little bit more? Oh, is this your new layer? Let's take this down. Oh, is your spire down there? Let's kill that. Yeah. And if Serral brings up a lot, or he thinks he's bringing up a lot, maybe you use the recall then.
I don't know if there's another spire in the game, but the greater spire's over here, so that's actually going to knock out... Oh, never mind. There's one more spire here, but it's not been turned into a greater spire, so killing that's going to be big. I actually think the Classic is probably going to close this game out with a win.
Oh, it definitely does look that way. It would be amazing for Serral to come back in this position. But, I mean, they are both maxed, and Serral actually has a bigger bank than Classic, technically. But he's lost a lot of buildings. The cost efficiency that Classic has been showing us has been just superb. And you can see in that picture-in-picture, a lot of harassment still going down from Classic, even though he's just kind of camping up here.
He's going to take this hatchery out again. You can see the harpooning of the Tempest and the carriers, and yes, he will get the kills on those. But the Death Ball just sidesteps this, backs up. And again, you want to be very careful. Here we go. Another beautiful...
Doesn't get the carrier.
Safety. And now he can go right up here to the goal face. This is hilarious.
Oh my gosh. Oh, so painful here for our Zerg player. And Classic going to be able to take out 9 o'clock pretty quickly. Those drones pathing in the wrong direction there. Seral will turn them around and save
Yeah,
them.
Seral's looking pretty dead right now.
He hasn't taken bottom right yet either.
He's looked dead for a while, but he looks pretty dead.
On Classic sides that he can mine from.
So, the one spot on the map that Seral has that I don't know that Classic's going to ever really reach before this game ends is
the 9 o'clock
quadrant in the top right, like the base over here that's damaged, the one down here. Center right, I think, is actually going to be poked out over and over again, even though Seral doesn't have a whole lot of other places to expand to. That's kind of, now that the whole position is shaped, that's kind of the outer, that's the periphery of expansions that are outside the Zerg's top right spot here. And, you know, the truth is, Classic's been on 5 bases, actually, excuse me, now 6 bases, and will probably take the bottom right. Classic has a very simple game from here on out.
Yeah, I think you're right. Like, if you just kind of rotate back and forth, you know, just kind of zone things out from attacking, you pick off the fringe bases, the cost efficiency is just, again, it's so ridiculously high. You know, Seral, he was trying to get some damage early on, and he did. He did a good job reducing the probe count. He got some damage here and there. But Classic's late game is really, really scary. And you can see he's just controlling his army very patiently, very, very well. Look at him pull these Tempests back over the Archons. Okay, Parasitic Bomb, I do like the idea of Parasitic Bomb because everything is so clumped up. But it's going to take a lot of those. And every time you're casting one, you're in danger of losing units.
It's going to be up to one of these bases out here to finish up, and then Classic might try to push through. Classic does have superior banking right now. He's got more minerals. He's got a decent amount of gas here, but Seral can't really take advantage of the gas as much at this phase of the game. Obviously, Protoss love to make Templars, right? Make Archons, stuff like that. So when you have a lot of gas with minerals, there's so much more that you can do with it. And so for now, Classic's going to roam. I think he's going to wait for a target. You know, it sounds counterintuitive, but sometimes it's almost better if you know you're in the winning position to let the hatchery finish and then just run in and kill it, than to let it cancel. It can be risky, but obviously if you can just pick it off, then it's great.
Well, if you're going to run him out of minerals, if that's the game plan, why not, right?
Yeah.
It's a bigger commitment in that way.
I mean, Seral still can come back from this game, but like, it's so narrow. It's such a small chance, but it is still possible.
Bottom right, that we still don't quite have a Nexus at, but I'm sure that Classic will.
I know it sounds pretty stupid to say that, but that's because I mean it is true. Classic could throw this, but with how strong Classic's army is, I don't know. Probably not.
If Zerg overextends and counterattacks into a spot, they're going to be punished for it. They're going to bleed off.
Grey Spire's back. Vipers are coming back.
Now. So there was a dark ages for tech in this game for the Zerg, and we're finally about to get back into that full hype tech.
Without being able to yoink the mothership, it definitely does make things a lot more complicated.
Spores so quickly. Of course, any launches they can get onto those corruptors is going to be very strong as well.
The Archons make this incredibly difficult as well.
Just the dance is being won by Classic so far. And actually, you know, now that they both kind of have what are generally considered...
It's funny because 2 years ago, Classic got dumpstered by Seral, and then despite, like, Seral's military service, and now this game looks so different from 2 years ago.
It's a little bit more straightforward how they should be playing, right? It's a little bit more straightforward how to win the game here.
That's a lot of cannons.
Zerg, it's very hard to take that full...
Yeah, you really needed to get rid of that Oracle. That Oracle is being a pest. No Neuroparasite, I don't think.
I guess realizing that he didn't have enough damage there to actually kill the Nexus, decides to instead just leave. At this point in time, every lurker is important. Any unit you see that's killed off that doesn't really extract value out of the game for that side's army is going to be a big victory there for the opposing
God,
side.
he's so good. He anticipated that run by, or saw that coming, that move.
Killed as well. Now, Seral just kind of going back and forth between 9 o'clock and that base right above that second layer. and trying to keep his air army in that general area. But this is opening up a possibility for Classic to either do a warp in or split off a small part of
Get
the
rid of that.
Maybe go and try to.
Oh, that's it. Oh, observer. Ooh, excuse me.
Okay, he's doing a lot of damage over here. He's going to be able to wipe out this neck, or the hatchery, excuse me, once again. The Broodlords are going to come through. They do have the benefit of the speed zone, but then the Protoss moves into the speed zone here as well. Yeah. It makes dodging the
Go into the heal zone. Come on.
Being wiped out on the right side.
He's not paying. They're not even thinking about that. The heal zone's right there too.
We haven't really given any attention to up until now in this game.
Yeah, that's going to be one that could be a little.
He could top off all of his units again.
This is where moves like recall.
Like Searle has control of the heal zone, and I don't think he even knows it.
Classic wants to end up doing that. I think he has to have a decent idea that that's occurring.
It's because it's such a new mechanic that nobody's aware of it, or nobody has really added it to their playstyle.
The base up, Searle rushes a huge amount of his mobile defenses over here to plant outside of that base. Classic's going to roam through the middle here. Nice fungal, only catching an Archon actually. I thought it was going to get a little bit more. Neural Parasite there on that, and he's going to get the instant kill there.
I love that. I love that combo.
Okay, we've got more gateways coming down, and the idea
With how fast Searle plays, I'm surprised he doesn't start like stealing probes to make a Protoss army. He's got the APM for it. He's got the APM and the skill. I know it's like such a tedious task, but
it's a very smart move. You might be able to go into like mass Blink Stalker or something.
if he can neural parasite all those Archons and then like kill the Archons off, that'd be huge.
So, like, the Blink Stalkers can be a great
Oh, that's
way.
nice.
Now that Nidus did get up, it seems as if Classic didn't quite notice. He is starting to make some cannons over here to try to help out, but looks like Searle is going to cause some problems.
12 probes. Drone's going down. They both have massive banks now.
Kind of a funky recall there. I thought that would have gotten more.
Yeah.
But he does send some of these units back over here. Now, Classic's bottom right base has been slowed down from mining, but in some ways it's not that consequential long term.
Yeah.
Because I don't think Classic's going to ever not have that bottom right base. Even poking this out with the mothership. And so if you look at this from Searle's position, he's
Only he had stolen that probe.
The two bases in the top right, I think, are basically mined out, if not fully mined out. And so he has to basically rely on these bases on the outside, which are, you know, a small walk away from the expansions that are very fresh here from Classic.
Yeah, I do wonder.
We're back into the Broodlord Infestor era. It just feels weird because Broodlords are worse now than they were before. Oh, Narrow Parasite.
To help finish off some of those Tempests.
That's pretty good.
That was kind of a funny look.
Oh no. Go to the heal field.
Probes over here now, probably to start to throw
Come on, Searle.
cannons down if you can. Yeah, actually, just get a long distance mine. That's kind of cute. You know, just take anything that you can take away from here, even if
Neural Parasite probe. Come on, man.
Go to the pockets of Searle.
Yeah,
I want to see it.
Some of it back, and honestly, like losing probes when you have 49 and all that's left is bottom right is okay.
It's fine. It's totally acceptable.
Well, I guess he's technically
Classic literally just gave you the opportunity to take his tech.
You know,
Like,
he doesn't have like that many bases going on right now, so I do like a little bit of long distance mining there as well.
I am a little bit worried about this base in the upper left because that's going to give Searle a lot more time in this game.
yeah, I think Classic realizes that and he's moving.
He's got some Zealots coming down here. He's going to keep the Zerg honest and at least force him to defend. In the blind spot on the map, Classic is about to pounce on this base up here. It's very heavily defended, so it's going to be a lot of work for these Tempests to try to...
Searle just wants to remove Classic's one of his healthiest bases.
He recalls back in a second here, like leave 2 units and recall as much else back as you can, maybe? No, he's going to do the full trade. He's going to allow this base to probably fall, and it looks like he might move over and try to kill this next base as well.
Yeah, I think this is the play. And this is annoying because the space is almost mined out, so it's almost painful to make a hatchery here again. And who knows, you know, he might even just try to push all the way up here until Zerg tries to come up here and fight this directly.
He is forcing him back. There are a few Broodlords that were left at that expansion of Classic, and they will be able to finish it off. But don't forget, Classic still has bottom right. Searle is barely mining right now.
That's true. Searle's income.
I mean, he's got half the income of Classic right now.
Some cannons here are not able to spot the lurkers at this distance. And I think Classic has navigated this game beautifully. We're over a half hour into this. And what's happening is that Classic's bases can't quite be destroyed and denied forever. It's very Mario-esque last couple years when he was always doing exhaust play. It's so much harder for the
Classic just needs to get some forward shield batteries and cannons for his units to just poses a threat in the middle of the map somewhere.
And that being said, I think for both sides, these Death Ball armies are very hard to interact with.
Oh, well, for sure. If anything goes wrong, I mean, that can be the end of the game. Really, you have to take a very strong engage. But I do think it's a little bit harder right now from the Zerg side. But if anyone can do it, it literally is 𝙀𝙓. You know, he is the best at controlling that type of army. But very, very tough to get in on top of Classic's army. Now, Classic is retaking that base. He actually has a Zealot in the top left that's being a little bit annoying. Does grab that Oracle, I believe that's what that was that just went down, and you know, obviously tag.
I had to update my title. Felt like, oh, here we go. This is a pretty big engagement. Oh no, he's gonna lose. So, is he gonna? Yeah, he can't recall the ones that he kidnapped.
And the Tempests that are knurled, they're gonna be killed off.
That's a big chunk that Classic lost.
Very efficient. That is the type of move you need.
And this is really where the game.
It costs so much more though. It costs energy from the infestors and if the infestors twice, like Fungals and 𝙀𝙓, to do that.
It's going to be impossible to make more stuff in this game.
Yeah.
Here comes. Get it.
All right, so comes forward with the High Templar. Don't forget, the High Templar is very cheap, or like 50 minerals, 150 gas, right? So it's like, it's not the end of the world to lose one, but each one you lose, it's, you know, the map doesn't have that many resources left. And guys, we have seen games between these two where it really comes down to no resources in whatever units are left.
Yeah. I mean, we don't have this that often in StarCraft 2, but we do get these games where the map is mined out.
Yeah.
And it really does become a crazy situation. And it's important to remind everybody that the losing conditions are...
You get a good bang.
That's right. We never see it happen.
Yeah.
One player realizes, oh, I will eventually lose this fight. I'll lose all my building. So
only when it's a real base race that's very close.
Yeah. Only then do we see it go down to that. But
very rare.
So Classics reclaim this base, is sitting back here. The two bases in the top left are being rebuilt, and it seems like Classic is going to try to maneuver up here and just deny this once more.
Yeah, I like the move. Like, you should come up here, deny this as many times as possible. Costs 𝙀𝙓.
Oh, Mothership.
This is
good.
such a good move from 𝙀𝙓.
Nice.
Look at that. He picks off the Mothership immediately. A very expensive.
No free recalls.
You know, potentially.
Or no free second recall.
Now. He picks off this hatch, and of course 𝙀𝙓 doesn't have top left. So all 𝙀𝙓 really has left now is a few little patches just laying around in various places.
Well, he's got some of the gold base, right? But that's pretty.
Yeah, there's barely anything there though.
Oh, that's actually worse than I thought.
Like,
yeah, I thought he had a little bit more there.
Just over 1,000 minerals there.
So, yeah, it's these forgotten patches that are on the map that suddenly become vitally important.
Yeah.
I don't know how many there are for Protoss. I think I can see a couple on the mini map here. We've got this base, which is functional, and then you have bases like this. But you know, the truth is. Oh my God, I love this.
And then, of course, this base stays.
Yeah, so this base is basically the most valuable position on the map, and I think 𝙀𝙓 might be strained trying to protect it. I think Classic, he was going to commit.
𝙀𝙓's got double the mineral bank and gas bank of Classic. I think 𝙀𝙓 has got this game now. It's kind of been back and forth. First, I was saying 𝙀𝙓, then Classic was turning it around, but I think 𝙀𝙓 again.
Like sending some Zerglings around and killing them again. And by the way, Mapu's showing us
I think this will be a 𝙀𝙓 win.
𝙀𝙓 has gone much better. He was down by 8k resources, and now he's only down by 2. So you can see his efficiency for the last few minutes has been madness. Like, he is, for the last few minutes at least, outplaying Classic.
So Classic, I think it's this is so complex. It's a funny waiting game, right? A lot of StarCraft, you just expand as fast as you can. You get the resources as quick as you can. The game is slowed down to a very drawn-out chess game. Every move is really important here. You don't just want to throw a Nexus down willy-nilly, and then they attack it, and you've lost resources, right? So Classic's going to be very patient. He's going to move up again. He's going to try to have a really high-value attack. And 𝙀𝙓 wants to come in here with a flank. He gets that carrier.
That's a lot of bruised units.
Some Psy Storms there, so did soften up those Corruptors a little bit, and some of the Broodlords as well. It's a huge amount of Archons. Oh my gosh.
He actually cancels the hatchery there at the top left. Cyril trying to save money. Cyril, by
Oh,
way,
the
has
bottom
more
right base
resources,
compromised.
in the bank here, both in minerals and gas.
Nice. That was a huge save.
This could be where Classic, you know, could really
Yeah,
get
if he can.
here.
Yeah, that was juicy.
That was a great move from Cyril to like depower everything real quick.
Yeah, it forces the recall. And the
Jinx.
recall is kind of a resource of its own in this game.
You can't talk unless we say your name. But yeah, that was a very, very good move from Cyril. But I mean, as soon as you clean that up and kind of remake your pylons, isn't Classic going to rotate up towards top left again?
He will, but it buys more time, right? The Nexuses have to be restarted. I mean, you could win this game as Cyril just forcing Classic to make Nexuses a couple more times. And then they're not going to get the value out of that.
Yeah.
And he always has the right number of lings to come in here and attack.
Yeah. He's pretty good at StarCraft, that's for sure. Okay, so has a couple High Templars here. That's going to make it almost impossible to break with lings. You know, he might attempt to do it again. We'll see. The gold
This
base
is such a good
is almost
game
out of minerals.
already, and it's just game 1 of the series.
Left on Cyril's side are in that top leftish area. Okay, I'm right there too. Thank you. And you know, it's like it's hard for Classic, right, to decide. Okay, do we sit tight and mine out these bases and let Cyril have another base, or do we keep attacking and then keep having to go back?
Yeah, I mean, this is such a complex, technical late game. By the way, nice snipe on that Tempest. I mean, everything, even the observers, anything you can get that you're forcing them to make in the game. By the way, energy becomes so important here because that's the only infinite resource, right?
Yes.
That's the only thing where you can get a value over and over and over again. A good Psystorm, a good tag on their units for another setup for an attack, anything like that.
Yeah. So
Cyril still doesn't have his 3/3/3 ground upgrades, only the air.
As hard as possible abusing his recalls.
And that's because he has no ground army to really care about, except for the lurkers.
Already hit top left, right? Because that's how you can save your base and maybe shut his down. And I feel like if you're not utilizing that to the best of your ability, I think he was already trying to do it when the Corruptors came in to get the mothership, right? It's like that's why you would put that there, right? Is you want that additional recall. But I think he does need to try to move towards top left and utilize recall when it's appropriate.
Okay, nice Psystorm. He's going to take out that Infestor. This means the Oracle actually is saved.
That was an unfortunately really awkward trade.
And that's going to be it for your unit.
Neurals, he fungles and Neurals an Oracle, but then gets feedback and loses 2 Infestors.
Workers at this point in time and slowed their income down to a trickle in order to have a gargantuan army. Cyril has this center upper left base. It's super resource rich. I think it's more resource rich than the 2 bottom right bases combined at this point in time.
I think you're right about that.
I might actually be wrong, but I think it's about slightly more, which matters a lot in a game like this. To top that off, Classic is...
If only StarCraft was still getting support, because then that's one thing they could add to the Observer UI is like seeing how many minerals, kind of like in bar, how like you can zoom out and see how much metals on the ground, seeing how many minerals are left in each base.
When he was just walking over there, his air units were like just needlessly too far out. Like you need to keep them back a little bit and not allow those fungals to come down so easily, right? You have to play that kind of footsies game with the feedback versus the Infestors. Because Cyril's cost efficiency, look, he's even now. He was down 8K, now he's even.
Not really even. He's negative 400, but that's still really damn efficient. He's been playing.
And Cyril, yeah, he traded so efficiently over time. I think he did the positional game really well.
Yeah, I know. I'm being
especially when he forced that recall back.
Too critical.
Starting to get wiped out, especially when the Zealot Warpin was denied, so it forced a recall back, and that'll
critical Chris.
Cement his position up here. I think Classic wants to try to push in and break and shatter this position. I just don't know if Cyril's going to let him do it.
And look, he's here with just Tempest and a High Templar.
This is gonna be aggravating on both ends, like the Zerg and the Protoss.
He is there with those feedbacks with that potential Psystorm as well.
Having to try to bleed someone out.
Poked onto that more resource-rich base, but yeah, it does turn around again. I think it is imperative that he breaks top left. Because Cyril's bank is way bigger right now, and he's been playing better for the last, like, 10 minutes or so. So Classic needs to get his act together and kill top left.
Yeah, well, I mean, the longer this game goes on, the richer Serral gets. At this point in time, Classic has to be decisive. I think the slow play has started to really become pretty
It's working
painful for
against
him.
them.
And I think, I'm not saying the Classic can just rush in there, right? Because Serral's got a really good setup. But yeah, the longer this base is being mined out, the worse it's going to be for him. I mean, we're talking about Serral at 8K right now. We've got a small number of lurkers. By the way, he can afford to lose these lurkers in a way that Classic can't afford to lose anything right now.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Classic can only expand, make a Nexus twice now. He can only make 2 more Nexus, and then he's out of money.
Here he goes. He's going to try to move in here. The Corruptor's coming in, trying to get some snipes. They do some damage, but the Psystorm's kind of keeping them back still. Neural down there on an Archon will be useful. Throws a lot of Psystorms.
Oh no, these Corruptors getting cleaned up by those Archons.
Insane amount of splash damage. Both sides have supply plummeting. Serral's banked up money is now cut in half, and it seems like
Oh my
might be able
god.
to push through.
50 Corruptors?
Really might. There's
Ooh.
50 Corruptors on the way right now. This is absolute madness. Those Archons going to be so incredibly important here to deal that additional splash damage. He's trying to chase at the moment, and he's bringing all of those Archons. Wow, he has actually more left over than I thought. 7 Archons right now.
Yeah, I thought it was 2 for a little bit, then more came up here.
There is going to be the most Corruptors we may have ever seen on the map here in a second.
Oh my god.
Look at this. He is making a few more Broodlords as well.
So many corrupt. Oh, he's gonna catch this.
Possible position, a big bungle here on the carriers.
Yeah, the Archons get up there. Some Psystorms are going off as well. This is absolutely ridiculous. And with
That's
the Archons
game.
attacking, a lot of the Archons are actually hitting Broodlings instead of Corruptors, and that could be deadly.
I think that could be game. I think you're right. They
Classic at 50 supply.
Corruptors, I
Eesh.
thought they were initially, but yeah, the Broodlings basically tanked. Then the problem is the Corruptors.
No money though.
Obviously, they can ooze down buildings like we're going to see over here, but of what consequence is that going to be right now?
Well, I mean, I think you should probably try to utilize them, but it does have a cooldown.
There's almost no money coming in.
Yeah.
There's less money coming in than the start of a StarCraft 2.
4 drones for Serral.
It's crazy. Whatever you have right now is so important. And is it possible that the forced investment of the Corruptors, which in some ways have not much functionality at all, could allow Classic to concoct a win?
Let's look at the unit tab. Let's try to map this out. Okay, so 34 Corruptors. Their only target are buildings and 2 observers. Okay. 3 infestors, 3 lurkers, 12 broods.
So how do you get the broods, I guess, is the most important question.
4 stalkers. I think actually the most crucial units here are the 3 infestors, is my kind of gut feeling. That
Gotta keep the
infestors are, like,
gotta keep the units
whether
away.
or not they can actually hit some key spells, right? Because like this army can, like, I would say, you know, you throw down a couple Psystorms, you throw your Archons forward, you blink with the stalkers, you might be able to kill these broods, right? Like it is not completely unreasonable. I mean, it is a lot of broods, but I think the infestors, like that is something, that would be the thing that I would be very scared of here. I'd be like, okay, I gotta make sure I nail those.
Keep in mind, infrastructure, I don't know where exactly it is on the map, but...
Oh, there goes one of the observers. There's only one left.
Key tech here, right?
Yeah.
I mean, everything from the spawning pool all the way to the Greater Spire had to be remade. And I don't know how secure that is right now. Remember that all of the mobile defenses were sent over to that left base at the top. He's actually going to come in here and just kill these stray Corruptors. Now, the Broodlords are moving. I think we could see a big wave on the minimap. Protoss is going to have recalls here as well. I think that, what is most infrastructure at 12 o'clock?
You know what I think he wants?
Yeah, it is. That's everything.
Yeah.
So there's 2 key parts on the map. There's the expansion and then all of the infrastructure.
Okay, here's what I think should occur here. Because Serral, I think, is very likely to pull away with this game because he's mining this base. You need him to pull his army over. I think that attacking the center of his tech with everything. Yeah. And as his army comes, recall bottom left and dash up north.
I think that is.
I feel like that's the only way. I think that's the only way to really do this correctly.
His only path to checkmate.
Yeah.
So, what a weird game this is. I mean, this is just a 1 in a million game.
Yeah.
He's going to come up now. He's going to hit these bases. This will prompt the Broodlings. He should really shimmy these over to the right.
He's not showing it. Serral's so smart. He's making sure not to show until he's there. So you can't. Ooh, there's. It's absolutely huge. Another one goes down. He's throwing down some Psystorms here to try to help out, but the Fungals are non-stop. He's killing so many extra units.
He's starting to move this over here. The Fungals keep getting chained together. This is going to cause the army to thin out even more. It looks like
that's
here now. He's going to get
he's
the recall. The Templar and the Stalker are not in the mix.
That's okay. Now he just has to run completely to north with that army and see if he can get something done. Oh, he's going to lose those 2 units over there as well.
Seoul taking a minute to adjust his headset.
Yeah.
The Lurkers are going to be here. Is there an observer with this? I actually think there's not.
Oh, you're right.
Oh, that's huge.
Yeah. Remember when I said the Corruptors, 34 Corruptors for 2 Observers? Turns out it was a good trade.
He's going to instead try to run right underneath the Broodlords. But of course, we all know Archons have a hard time trying to maneuver around the Broodlords. I think this game is about to end here with a Seoul win.
Seoul wins.
Oh my God, it's crazy. What a game we are having here. GG is called. Oh, now that's a crazy game, number 1.
That is insane, and we're just getting started.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. And you can see, I mean, his water bottles are rolling everywhere. That's from
You're in the splash section.
an earthquake of amazingness. You know, I think that there were so many moments in this game. I don't think that you can point to a single one. There was so much back and forth.
That's such a good game.
Really played magnificently, and I think it really showed very well as well, right? Like, Classic got behind against some of the aggression that Seoul was showing early on, and then fought back and actually was in the lead and looked like he was going to be able to take it for a long time. But Seoul just kind of out-tacticed him for a little bit,
as they say.
Yeah.
You know, when we saw that attack at the infrastructure location at 12 o'clock, I think Classic had to pull his army further up out of the surprise attack point of the high ground there from the Broodlords, because that's what lost him the game.
The problem was the Fungals, because he lost like half of his army almost, or like, 2/5 of his army, I would say, to those Fungals, like just holding everything down.
Yeah, those Fungals were
obviously that was a little bit of an error. Like,
crazy.
did a great job cleaning up the observers was surprisingly important.
It's the only reason why Seoul won was because the Fungals kept the Archons away from the Broodlords.
Like, these two are so well matched right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's exactly what we were talking about, but I don't think anybody could have wrapped their head around ahead of time how good of a match this would be, how unique and special it would be. It really came down to that top left base. Here was, I guess, the biggest crescendo of the match. It's where, after this, 37 Corruptors were forced out. Protoss seemed to have no way to be stopped here, just pushing up, tearing through this position. The Corruptors then won the air fight, but it was sort of this slow, sluggish Broodlord army against a nimble Archon Zealot army. He tried to do the positional play, the Broodlord surprise attack. Again, he was in a bad position at that 12 o'clock spot. Did not allow him to recall everything, and in an attempt to salvage the situation, he slowly had everything picked apart.
If he had put a Zealot on high ground, I think there's a chance he wins that game. Like,
I think so.
Leaves one unit, or a Stalker, a Stalker can just blink away. Anything up there to spot, Seoul did perfectly, because he had a lead Corruptor, and I was actually going to say, but I think you were talking at the time, oh, he's going to see the Corruptor come in, he's going to know he's on his way, he's going to move to the right.
Yeah.
But Seoul stopped the Corruptor where he could not see it.
Yeah.
Right? It was right above where that high ground is.
Very important moment
just,
there.
Like, the attention to detail with small things like this make all the difference.
Beautiful game. We're ready now to go into game 2. It looks like Cyril stood up for a moment to stretch his legs. We're now going into this. It is a best of 5. If you're just not joining us, we have so much more to go. We just finished, what was that, a 43-minute game? Something crazy
Something like
that.
Maybe 45 minutes or 47 minutes.
Yeah,
I don't even know.
48, who knows?
Dude.
But the point is, the map was almost entirely mined out. These are two of the greatest late game players of all time. As we continue on in this best of 5, in the bottom right, in the red, he is Classic. His opponent in the top left, in the blue, he is Cyril.
All right. I loved that game. That was one of my favorite games of this tournament so far, and for a lot of reasons. We saw Cyril utilize some tactics that Rogue has been using a lot lately. I like that he utilized a couple of them together, the Lingbane Hydra attack paired up with a mass circling drop. That was really, really awesome. He went into the mass lurkers and harassed all over the place. He got into that end game where I think Cyril is the best in the world, end game against Sky Toss. And, you know, I think it took him a while, but he eventually outplayed Classic and was able to take it. It was awesome. But here's the thing, okay? For these two players, they just played that game, and they played a bunch of games that looked like that as well at DreamHack Dallas. Which player looks at that and says, oh, I don't want to do that again? And I think the answer is neither of them. I think both of them like recognize that they might have 3-4 games in this series that look just like that.
I mean, I love the way you put that, Artosis, because, yeah, I think neither player looks at that and says, well, I don't want to go to late game again.
They both could have won that, 100%.
Yeah, many moments there, had a couple decisions been made differently, and one of them would have come out on top. So I do imagine we'll have at least one game that's going to be cheesy or rushy or all-in-E, just because that seems to be the nature of a best-of-5. And, you know, when people are really focused on trying to greed up, that is usually what would prompt somebody to do something kind of crazy and all-in-E, right?
Yeah. Well, you know, so far all the aggression has basically been from Serral. I would be surprised in a best-of-5 if we don't see something from Classic, though. Yeah, I don't know if Serral wants to play that same style again, or he wants to go into a different type of way to play. Like, are you going to try to get aggressive, the Ling drops, you know, try to hit a Baneling-based attack, that type of thing? Because you never know. Like, Classic, now that you've seen Serral do that once, he's very good against that mode. You know, if he identifies that that's happening, it's almost impossible to break him.
So Stargate Tech's going to come in here again. And all of this does, when I watch Classic, this all tells me he's going to do the same kind of macro build as before. I think this should be a fairly uneventful game for a little bit. We talked about the slow cook in the previous game, but it couldn't be truer. You know, once the game really picks up, it goes absolutely insane. But we'll see. Maybe we have a gateway explosion after some other kind of tech, and there is some, I don't know, like an adept timing or something like that. We'll see.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that would be more of a microwave than a slow cook. But I wouldn't mind seeing something like that mixed in occasionally. The thing is, both of these guys are really masterful in their defense. So, and I've definitely seen this in the past in StarCraft matches when you get two really strong players, and the player that does the tricky, cheesy thing loses, and then the other player does a tricky, cheesy thing and loses, and that type of thing, right? So you don't want to go too far or too deep on that.
So he's going to use the Oracle to pick off this first Overlord here. Instead of trying to go out on the map. And this kind of looks like a good move, honestly, because you need to get you know, 2 Oracles before you can really do anything. First blood there of the game. And, you know, from here, it's going to be the Zerg massing up a couple of Lings. Now, we saw this in the last game. I guess it's going to happen again. He basically makes enough Lings. Oh, busted. Sees the Lings coming through here. Normally, you have an unusual amount of Lings so that you can kill both the Nexus and surround the Adepts and punish the Protoss for having the Oracles on the other side of the map.
Well, some Lings trying to break in the front here. He is going to have to go up and make something here. Like, the Stalker is not going to be able to hold, that's for sure.
Meanwhile, these other Lings come down here, and the idea is,
really
you know,
nice.
You basically have normally just one group of those Lings on a control group to harass, but he actually makes exactly 2 so that he can surprise him with the other attack over there. And the Oracles are going to move out again, and he's actually rotated another set of Lings to hit this base again, showing a couple that are going to go over there onto the side. And I don't know how many Adepts are at that third, but it might be an ample moment to try to run in and do damage once more.
Yeah, I saw 2 there before, but maybe he's... Oh, yeah, he's warped in quite
Okay, he's got enough Adepts.
Yeah, 5 Adepts will just crush those Zerglings. Oh, and Classic, I'm not sure what he was doing right there, but yeah, it does miss it, throws down that stasis ward, only 1 drone.
Pretty perfectly handled by Serral, to be honest. From here, we have the gateways coming up. Templar Archives is here along with the Forge. This is not going to be some kind of a timing. This is going to be a very, very slow development game.
I think you're right about that. We might see Classic try... Ooh, he wiggles in with the wings. Very nice. We might see Classic try to do one of these blink move outs where he brings the
I'm responding to an email from Twitch.
Something like that, though. Serral just kind of running around with these Lings. He did slip them in, but now that they're in, what do they do?
Yeah, well, he's just getting the confirmation, right? He sees all these gateways coming up here. Obviously, Blink is going to be being upgraded as well, and so we're continuing to that macro development game. Certainly, it's going to be the same thing from the Zerg. We have even more drones being produced. Serral's up about 69 drones, about to break up in the 70s here as the rest of those hatch.
well, he is trying to shade in, but the Lings stay right on top of those shades, so he does go ahead.
So I've been, like I said, I was distracted. So we're seeing pretty much the same builds from game one.
Some potential here for some pushing.
The difference with +1 missile versus +1 melee. So we have more of a Roach play. Hive, really quick Hive. Okay, so Classic's doing the same build. Cyril is doing slightly different variation.
Crazy macro game. There was this whole period of pushes from Cyril to try to basically punt Classic out of this type of game and maybe into one where.
So we're gonna have Roach Hydra.
Crumble and he would kind of in a very Zerg stormy way.
Roach Hydra Lurker Ling.
Classic has proven to be so resilient. We've got hatcheries coming down now. I'm sorry, was there a Baneling's nest made? I don't think there was.
No, there's no Baneling nest.
So he's not going to try to do anything game-ending, so to speak. I mean, you know, when you get to lurkers, a lot of times that's just to kind of push out and grow and defend. And so this is slightly different in the mid-game here from Cyril, and then it's even more passive.
Yeah, he's getting into those lurkers, which generally are you know, one of the better defensive units, but definitely we've seen them utilized for some strong offense as well.
Well, he sees the Hydras now.
You know, the Adepts do see some Hydras walking around there. So with the Hive finishing up, yeah, Cyril is getting into that end game tech pretty quickly.
Could be lunge Hydra Ling.
Is Classic going to try to attack?
Hydra Ling Lurker.
Stargates or anything like that yet.
Getting that range upgrade for Hydras, and then
you know, if he just sits here and kind
you'll
of
get that lunge.
That's what he is doing. Like, he's making a bunch of cannons, which is not necessarily a bad idea or anything. You see Ling Hydra running around. But if Cyril's just kind of teching up towards that end game, and Classic is sitting here and, you know, making sure that he's safe from everything, it feels a little bit lopsided in Cyril's favor.
Well, you know, it's funny. We don't get to cast.
He leaves it barely alive, just so he can use it as an emergency. Oh, nope. Okay, never mind.
So I'm curious to see how it looks if they're both basically in a macro greed race. You know, it's one of these games where it's like they're trying to seize every part of the map and gobble it up. And I mean, this is probably going to be a game where the Protoss takes an uncontested 5th base before we've really even had any kind of a fight.
Yeah, I think you're right. You're right about that. The Adepts, you know, they've been kept around for a very long time, but they really don't scale at this point, so I like that he's trying to get in and do a little bit with them. But I mean, 3 drones here at almost 9 minutes against a 5-base Zerg is not really all that impactful. Both
equal worker counts.
Right around 90 workers.
Classic has a slightly better income, slightly.
As well as we get
don't know how.
First person point
with same worker counts, just less bases.
Playing at this point in time, just continuing to grow. And this is a very tense game, by the way, because, you know, we're getting to that boiling point. We're getting to that point where both sides are going to hit that max out, and it's going to be a slugfest here to try to take these bases on the map. This is a map where they're diagonally split on the map. So we have, you know, bases down here in the lower left and bases in the top right. But the only, I think, very contestable bases are the ones that you cut. If you take a line and cut it right through the middle, those are the ones that are probably going to have lots of fights over them.
Lots of storms on those lurkers.
Look at this right now, Tasteless. Like, there's a lurker attack coming in, and he's just very calmly holding it, and he's sending some army around for a flank. Now, there is another group of units going towards his 5th.
Classic.
I'm actually really worried for Classic here.
Way more than I thought.
Yeah. And look at this attack. He cancels out that 5th. This army, which I think was originally for a flank, it seems like he's not really deciding completely what he wants to do with it. It looks like it is going to counterattack now. Cyril has a lot of units at the map and not a lot of units at home, so Classic's counterattack is going to get some damage. Yeah, this is a pretty ugly moment here with these lurkers. The lurkers can't just scramble back. There's obviously no recall or anything like that. They're pretty slow, clunky units. We've got some.
He does have a lot of units at home now.
Storms. The lurker's going to try to pounce in on this, but the Lings thin out. Yeah, really good storms, but he does trap a bunch of those Zealots as well. The Zealots go over to the left and actually kill that Nidus and some of the drones that were waiting there. So he does get a bit of counter damage, but his 5th base was canceled, and his 4th year is about to die. Yeah, I love the counterplay from Classic. I've not gotten to see him quite do this because we never have games that are this slow and dramatic, but the counterplay looks really good. I mean, it's kind of hard for the lurkers to run around and burrow and keep up with these Zealots that are so fluid in movement. Yeah, but I don't know that it's really
14 drones going. I mean, but Cyril's got a lot of drones still.
Position right now. He's down to 3 base, which is Like, not too normal for Classic. I think there's still maybe a little bit of comeback potential here. He does have some of these later game air units to try to push things back.
So funny, he put that pylon there earlier to spot for that Nidus. I don't know that he's going to see it now. I think you might be right, Artosis. Seral has basically survived and looked really good, and Classic doesn't have a lot to work with right now. Now, keep in mind, Classic isn't too different from the last game in that there's just, you know, a lot going on here where Seral's trying to hit.
This is the kind of damage that Seral needed in the game 1 in order for him to
we're going to go into game 3.
Yeah, and that would be a huge
for him to kill Classic sooner.
close game down to the wire. Like, Seral just kind of turned the aggression on. Like, Classic was
Killing
exactly
3
what he
bases.
which is take that 5th base. And then
So denying the
suddenly Seral
5th,
was
killing the
everywhere
4th,
all
killing the
at once.
3rd.
So fantastic to see from him. He kills another Nexus.
No Corruptors though, as of yet. Spire is on the way. It's almost done.
Like losing your 3rd base and your 4th base, while Seral's taking even more bases himself. It doesn't seem like a position that can be won. But Classic has some crazy comeback potential because he's so good at defense.
Also, these positions are very bottlenecky. You know, it's like Zerg trying to ram it through a very narrow corridor, and Protosses love that. Between Archons and Psystorm, and you know, you have Tempest here in the back, it's hard to make it work, especially versus Lurkers. Oh!
That was a huge loss.
Comes in here to pounce at this top base.
Yeah, this is getting out of control at this point. A lot of probes going down. He detects all the Lurkers here, puts on his cloak, tries to move in. Time Warp goes down. Like, yeah, maybe he can kill off a bunch of this, but I mean, he's even pulled the remaining Adepts he has into his army. Not looking very good.
Yeah, you can see now the
Classic is being torn apart from the seams. Like, it's just so
Classic's
bad.
on 3 bases. Like, he is so squeezed right now. Amazingly, he's actually kept his supply up. I do want to point out, and I don't know that Classic's going to be able to get out of this. He's gotten out of almost every other situation that we've seen historically in games like this. But, you know, if he does survive this, there's going to be a lot more resources in his vicinity that he can take up, which is really going to give him a lot more that he can do with.
Yeah, don't forget that, right? Like, Seral is spending a lot of his resources right now on this kind of, like, late mid-game aggression. So if Classic were to somehow start holding his bases and forcing Seral back, yeah, maybe that's a way he can win, is his resources just kind of last longer. But look at this, a ton of Lurkers, and not a lot of anti-air here. Okay, there's your anti-air. The Corruptor's flying up to help out. Ugh, it keeps getting worse and worse.
Okay, Classic's going to ditch this. This has worked in the past, but he has such little to work with back at home. He's going to try to basically come through and puncture each of these bases.
Yeah.
Recall and kind of start from scratch. Supplies are absurdly high, especially considering what little Protoss has to work with. But if he can keep most of his important parts of his army alive, take these bases out, go back home, we could be in some kind of an immaculate reset in this game.
That's exactly what it would have to be, is immaculate. He has to just do this just about perfectly. He kills the top right, so that's a start. But he's losing his natural. He's not mining from his 3rd. You know, his 4th is has nothing at it. I think it's not warped in all the way yet, maybe. Yeah, but it's definitely not looking too good at the moment. Maybe he can clean up some of this, go back home. But I feel like he hasn't done enough damage yet.
So he's going to pull back. And, you know, with base trade situations like this, what you've got to remember is that, like, both sides can sacrifice some of this. But the problem is when one guy has way more of the map, then they just have more they can give up, right?
Seral could take the bottom left and Classic wouldn't know about it.
Unique for PvZ, where you kind of base trade a little bit and then
Oh,
retreat.
Classic's going back to the top right. He's like, I'm going to go back and murder that base. Oh wait, he's not going to do it. He's not assuming that there's replanted.
Yeah.
Oh, now he knows.
15 minutes is not a great place for Protoss economy.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, a little recall goes off. Having a really hard time kind of dealing with everything. These Niduses over in that little corner are so annoying. You know a Zerg player made this map, Taste. What else is that for over
sure.
there?
That's literally like, here, I'll put my Niduses here.
Yeah. May as well have written Nidus and put an arrow there.
So now we've got a game where I think Seral took some damage, but it's inconsequential. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe we even see Seral take that very bottom left base.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
it's
you
possible.
could quietly take that. Classic is so compacted in this position that he's probably forgotten that bottom left base even exists, because it's not going to play a role here for a while.
He's not thinking about that at all right now. I like how Serral's even putting a creep tumor where that Nexus goes. He's being so annoying at the moment.
Denying Classic one of his original bases.
You know, he's kind of relying on his great late game army.
That's so many Archons again.
It's a really strong defensive army that he has. You know, it's hard to get in there with Corruptors. He's just got so many Archons. You know, the cost efficiency is closing up a little bit.
Yeah, it is a situation where Zerg is just banking money now. Down to 75 drones, by the way. There were some losses there. I think there's some Zealots.
Oh no!
But the main push is going to come in over
I hate seeing Infestors die with full energy.
But the Lurkers can push in over here, and Protoss has nothing to defend.
That's so sad.
It's very annoying to clear up something like that. You need detection, and you need units that are not ground units. And that's very difficult to do. Now, he throws down the Time Warp. Look at this. He's actually targeting everything down pretty quickly here with these Tempests. Just doing a ridiculously good job. I can't believe Classic's even still in this game, let alone pushing through.
It's insane.
It's insane.
I mean, he's still making this work. He's going to try to push through here with his Death Ball. Serral's going to try to bait out as many storms as he can. All Serral needs to do is basically shut this down, and he could win the game.
But can you shut that down? that's the question. Classic kills another base. Classic is barely mining.
Yeah.
Barely mining right now. His third base is being shut down. He doesn't have a fourth. You know, his natural has a few...
Oh no, these drones are going to get caught.
But he is still just marching forward, trying to make this into a game. Well, he is already making it into a game, which in and of itself is crazy.
He's just going to push right into the natural. I guess he can just kind of roam to wherever the, Serral is going to allow him to go. Of course, Serral is in a very tough spot now, because if he tries to run in here and shut this down and it backfires, the game will promptly end with Classic and a victory. And once you get up the ramp into the main, this is a nightmare for the Zerg to deal with.
Okay, well, throws down a lot of Psy Storms here as everything is attacking, and the Broodlords and Fungals doing a fantastic job. Time Warp goes down, but it is not likely to be enough. He throws down a recall and will save some of these Tempests, but almost everything else died. I think he only saved some Tempests.
Yeah, that's really bad for Classic. It's none of the Archons survived.
Smashes this position.
Huge. 3-0 Serral.
That was a very different, very unique game from game one. And there's something incredible about it, because Protoss had so little to work with. Never got a lot of bases, but managed to just keep his army alive. And I think on some level, Serral was patient enough to just let the Archons get slightly isolated. Because really, it's the air army is what's destroying everything, but the Archons are what stop you from killing it. Because the Archon splash damage basically denies the Corruptors from coming in. There's not many more units that are more clumpy than Corruptors. And so it's Serral up 2-0. But man, close games.
Close games.
Close games.
I think Classic still definitely has a chance in the series. Like, you can see just how tenacious he is. And Serral just kind of caught him there. You know, Classic was trying to take that fifth base without really having done much in the game. Maybe that's a step too far. Maybe no matter what Serral's doing, you need to... You need to be a little bit more active than just making your fifth Nexus, right? This isn't SimCity. This is StarCraft 2.
Right. Well, it's funny because the game was so quiet for so long. We have a lot of macro games in StarCraft 2, but yeah, that was a fifth base before a real fight from the Protoss. I think Classic had interesting ideas with the counters, but the Lurkers just blasted their way through bases so much faster than Zealots and Archons can do so. And once you have like even 2 or 3 Lurkers, the Zealot Archon can't really fight a base, right? Just due to the way that they distribute damage, the way they line up. It's really easy to get lined up shots there. But Serral kind of a genius at the drawn-out game. When it really turns into a chess game on the StarCraft board of how do we position armies, when do we want to move the pieces back, or when do we want to move forward here? And although I think Classic, in some ways I'm almost more impressed with it because he was doing so much with so little, it was Seoul that managed to get himself into a position that was virtually impossible for even Classic, one of the greatest late game players.
What Seoul play makes you want to play Zerg, and then remembering that I'm bad
Really fantastically done,
makes
but I
me
think
not.
Classic will keep us cool. And I'm actually hoping for another big mind out macro game once again. And I tell you what, I'm going to feel a little bit ripped off if this doesn't go to game 5.
I hope we can have Classic win here. I'm actually a little bit worried Seoul might just be a few percentage points good enough in a game where both sides play perfectly. So like those percentage points actually matter. It's not up in the air. It's not too close to tell. It's like actually they're so good that, you know, one guy's level, 98, the other one's level 100 at this. And in this case, the way the damage and the back and forth goes, it is the level 100 guy that wins every time. In the top right, in the red, he needs to win 3 games in a row. It's Classic.
That sounds like such an uphill battle that I would not want to be in. I have to play 3 more games against this guy.
World Cup, and then he lost to Clem. He's here to do it again. It is Seoul.
I like that. He was definitely going to win until he lost. So, Classic here. Not going to be falling back on any cannon rush or anything like that. We did see that.
I want to see a cheese from Classic, but I have a feeling Classic's just going to do the same build 3 games in a row.
Here on ley lanes. And, yeah, I don't know. I want to actually see Classic basically do the same thing, but 5
I don't.
bases right away is like a bridge too far. You know what I mean? It's like make your 4 bases.
I want to see Classic do something different.
A little bit more so you know what's
He
going
needs
on
to shake it.
completely.
He needs to shake it up against Seoul.
Well, it feels
I wanna
like
see
there's some
DTs.
moment where you do have to at least prompt the Zerg
I think
into
DTs would be a nice little shake-up.
with you, and I think Seoul may be the very best Zerg in the whole world at this, at kind of handling the macro game, the Sim City game, the development game, like you were talking about. Yeah, is this a city builder game or is it StarCraft? Well, Seoul, when you don't mess with him, he is sort of the ultimate machine of production, map control, setting up positions that later on are going to be almost impossible to deal with. And yeah, I think we might need to see a more engaged Classic.
Yeah.
I think most games, because of Classic's reputation, he's actually used to people trying to go for the jugular in the mid game, and he basically fights them off, defends, he dodges, he bobs, he weaves, and then suddenly the Zerg is overextended. The Zerg's overexposed, bases are poking out, and he starts to roam the map, and he starts to clear areas, he shuts stuff down.
So Stargate again, which is
it was
common,
such an eerily quiet
but is he
game.
going
I
to
think
switch it
Classic
up
went, okay,
or
I
not?
guess I just keep expanding, right? Is that what we do here? I take another base, and that's really where he let Seoul set up everything he needed.
Yeah, and Seoul did a great job.
Because Seoul's endgame is
I think you're
phenomenal.
Right, is that
Classic, as good as he is,
just slightly more
I just don't think he has it.
many Zergs don't want to play this
I mean,
game.
he's pretty close,
And really, I think the thing
but
that
I think the
Seoul is
decision
best
making,
at and
like,
has been the best at for a
the
while
last second
now,
decision making is difficult.
like, does the line between greed and safety perfectly. Like, no one does it as well as he does, where it's like you're simultaneously making as much economy as you can while maintaining safety so that you can't be killed. And that's like the hardest thing to do in StarCraft, is maintain that line of the optimization versus the safety. And it's just, it's wonderful to watch.
It truly is. This game, predictable in the early game. We've got the Oracles. We actually have 2 gates being made here, so hold on. I think he normally went for only 2 gates before taking a third, unless I'm misremembering.
Oh, he went for the 3-gate play.
Yeah, he went for 3-gate here instead of...
He did this versus... No, it's not Rainer. It was from yesterday. He did this against another Zerg, Shin.
Rogue earlier in this tournament.
Or maybe it was Rogue.
And he likes to go...
I thought it was Shin.
And then attack with like 8 adepts or so.
Yeah, and it feels like there's some kind of a window of time here where the Zergs maybe let their guard down.
Yeah.
There are moments in the game where if you played enough, you just know that you're so safe and pretty much nothing happens here, or it doesn't make sense, and it feels like he has this different rhythm to try to approach here. And I don't believe that the 8 adepts are really intended to do a lot of damage. I think it's intended to stop drones from being made, and then you go back.
It's a very tricky timing, because it's like...
I gotta get rid of a bot.
Rush, too early for timing, just right for Unga Bunga.
Melee weapons being made here.
Yep.
For Seoul.
very trendy in ZVP lately.
Yeah.
And, yeah, the Oracle's going to fly in. We will see those Adepts move relatively soon if he's doing the same build, which I believe he is. Oh, okay, a Twilight coming up before we see a move out. Could this actually be a glaive build? I mean, I don't think it's going to be. I think he's just going to move out.
I think glaive is just too predictable for Searle.
I mean, the Forge always feels like an investment for later, right?
Yeah.
But you know, who knows? And look, sometimes it's the appropriate moment to try to do something almost counterintuitive to change the narrative, because maybe the narrative that's running.
Here comes a lot of glaive. Not.
That was a great.
Here comes a lot of Adepts.
Maybe the narrative that's in his head is going to be so different.
This is going to be for Blink. That Twilight.
Adepts here. And he's going to try to come in and do that damage. This is not any kind of all-in. There's tech behind this, but it is going to do a lot of damage. He's going to take out the Spore. He's going to run to safety. Beautiful block here. Forces a cancel. And a lot of the Zergs lately have gotten so good with these Evo blocks to just shut down any of the shenanigans that can
as you say that.
Going to get through. But
yeah,
he
does cancel that though, and he's going to go ahead and recall as the Roaches are trying to come out. This was not going to go his way. So he's going to need those at home to help defend.
I don't think he killed any drones.
But I feel like Searle blocked that really, really well.
The counterattack isn't going to be able to do anything though, because that's a lot of Adepts there.
And you know, we talked about Classic maybe needing to engage a little bit more. But that's exactly what we're getting here. The Lings are going to wrap back around, and it's going to be back to business here. Storm coming, Blink on the way, Robo started. This time it is Hydra Bane again. You know, the previous game we saw the Hydra Den into Lurkers.
Yeah.
With Banes, you know, when it was time for Banes, I don't even remember, but it was not at this phase of the game. It came much, much later.
Well, he's getting ready for that. Storm and Blink both on the way. You know, if you are going to have a lot of Adepts, like if he was going for Glaives or something, obviously Bane is going to be such a strong counter against that. But again, if Classic, and here's the thing, here's what's really different about this game.
This is the shakeup I was expecting Classic to do, or was hoping for Classic to do.
And these Adepts. So I feel like he's much more likely to figure out.
I would like to see DTs, but we're not going to ever see that from Classic.
Like his defensive setups are amazing.
Like Blink DT play. These two Stalkers are dead.
Oh, man, right before Blink, too.
Yeah, that's rough. Takes him out. The Lings are going to glide through here. He's going to see exactly when the fourth base is set up. Sees the Templars there in the back. Double checks. There's 4 Templars. The Robo starts the first War Prism here.
So here comes
and, it's gonna
Classic's
be
big attack soon.
Covering his side of the map right now. He's going to be going up into his 5th base. We talked about maybe a 4th base being a little bit too soon here. Really nice surround by these Lings here. These Adepts getting absolutely no value. Almost
wow.
All of them, maybe almost all of them destroyed. One lives.
One. Yeah. What, the one survivor.
You know, warping in a lot of Stalkers right now. He does have a fair amount of Psystorm ready as well. That 4th base coming up. Of course, Searle here adding in some more Zerglings. He's gotten quite a few Hydra upgrades, but I don't think we really have Hydras. He's really more on like Ling, Bane, Roach, Ravager.
I think he's trying to hold off on showing Hydras.
I'm trying to remember. Like I remember Shin using a style.
Here comes the attack. The Storms. Storm Blink.
Really good effect, and I feel like we don't see it really all that often. But generally, you are going to see an attack line up from this. But honestly, if Classic's going to come up here and attack, and this has been something popular from him as well, is to walk out with the Stalkers and some High Templars and go, I don't think this attack works.
Yeah, well, he has to have the most godlike Storms ever.
Yeah.
And the Banes are going to come in here, and I mean, with nothing to really take, I mean, the connections are going to be huge.
Yeah, he does save some in that prism, which is really important. But yeah, the surround here on these Stalkers is just so painful. He drops out those High Templars, throws down some very good Storms there for sure.
Daryl makes it look so easy.
I love the Ravager in this combination because it basically makes it impossible to.
Oh my gosh, that cleanup was disgusting.
Yeah, really was.
Classic looks angry.
You could see the intensity in Classic's face there. I mean, the walls are closing in. It's becoming an unrealistic game where Protoss can't really do that much. The Stalker Templar army, it's interesting, but I mean, Searle basically has the counter. You've got Lings that surround, Banes that connect. Yeah. You've got the 3 Ravagers, so you can gun down that Warp Prism. No Warp-ins allowed. And all you can do is try to recall what you have. And even when you recall, when there's this much stuff out, the damage is insane.
Yeah, the only counterpoint I really have to that, because I do think that Searle's putting out a really nice game here, is that Classic is on 4 bases. He has like 5 High Templars right now. And, you know, that's you can defend a lot with that. And like 4 bases.
Get the Stalker with what 9 Banes, not a good trade.
Yeah, we can get a huge army. It can be really efficient. It's not that hard to defend, right? It's when you take like that 5th base, it starts to get a little bit more difficult. It's a little bit further out there. But yeah, I feel like this is still a recoverable position for Classic, especially when you look at like that last game, right? He was on like 1 to 2 mining bases for the longest time, and he still stayed alive against like a 6-base Serral.
Nice little drop play to pull Serral back, but I mean the attack is not coming. He's just trying to do some damage, but not really finding any.
Bleed out this much. You know,
He's lost a lot of units.
He's lost a lot of stuff, and Serral is, you know, about a minute out from maxing out. We've got the 3 Stargates coming. He doesn't have that kind of air defense that really makes him untouchable, and he's able to roam on the map. So this is going to be a tough couple minutes here for Classic.
He's taking a 5th, and he's staying kind of forward with his army. You know, this type of more forward play is very different from what we saw in that previous game. So that is going to allow him to control what's going on a little bit better. Of course, a very different looking game overall. Quite a few lurkers up there in a defensive stance. We have that hive tech up. Tempests are being started.
Dropper Lords, if I can talk. Classic is going to attack when these drops are going to happen.
Some opportunities to deal some damage here. But I think Classic has what he needs to kind of stop everything and get into that air army and make one of these big games again.
Could be. We got to see how he handles this attack.
Yeah,
it's going to be one of these drive-by drops. He's probably going to drop some of the stuff over here, maybe even go to the main with the rest. No, a full-on drop over here into this base. The ground army is trapped in the middle. It's not defending any of these locations. A big link counterattack comes up and sees the Templars and decides to go somewhere else.
Yeah, that didn't do as well as I thought it would. I actually, seeing how much was in those Overlords, I kind of felt like he had a decent chance to maybe pick off the Nexus. But between the shield battery...
He kind of donated there.
Yeah, that wasn't as successful as I
But this attack could be really successful. Oh no, all those links just ate the storms. This could be a classic one here.
Should have hit at the same time instead of 1 by 1. It feels like the Protoss is playing an easier game of whack-a-mole, and so yeah, nothing really sticks in that attack.
Well, what's happening is Serral is making problems for stats, and problems have answers, right?
He keeps calling them stats and not classic.
In both locations, and no matter what Classic does, he's going to take damage.
Yeah, you got to force him to give up something, and it's possible that he actually has an imbalance in his defenses, and he gives up both even. That's how you win. Instead, it's like, we're going to head attack here, and then here, and then here, and then so Serral, you know, it's like a Mr. Miyagi wax off, wax on, and he just fucking blocks each one of them.
Yeah.
They said wax off.
Here for Classic.
Another attack over here, and it's
Like,
just denied.
not with the X.
He's throwing down the lurkers. He's trying to find a place.
Look at this one that
maybe
gets up here.
sneak by, but Classic's on top of it. He sees it. That's the most important part, right? Pull those probes away. You can clear out a lurker in a little bit.
And, you know, he's feeding into him.
Yeah, Serral's giving Classic the chance to come back.
I think we're really entering another part of this game. A part where now the air fleet's here.
I think Classic wins this one.
Protoss didn't lose.
That's my prediction.
Key. I mean, you want to know what you need to lose as Protoss for Zerg to be winning this? You have to lose nexuses. You have to lose infrastructure. You have to.
This is just like game 1, where Classic is not losing bases. That's what I was saying about game 2, that Serral was getting the damage that he needed. But now we have game 1 and game 3 similar, where bases just are not dying for Classic.
Recalling very dangerous. So I am a little bit nervous because he is hitting 2 locations at once. This is more what you want.
He's gonna hit 3 locations at once here.
Picture hitting, and look, he is going to split up the drop, so it does make the recall a little bit more realistic.
Exactly, and so he can drop these.
Burrow, what do you do? Oh my gosh, he's so distracted.
Well, there's a lot going on right now. Classic with the counterattack saying, okay, I guess I'll lose my natural and maybe part of the main base. He did do a big warping up there, though. He's attacking this base for Serral. He's going to be able to pick off this hatchery. The next hatchery is so close, I imagine he's able to get that one as well.
Yeah, he takes the hatchery out. The infrastructure in the main's being taken out here, though, as well.
So many bases being attacked, 4 bases being attacked simultaneously.
Much more of the map. Second Nexus gone. In the main, the Templar Archives goes down. This Nexus, these probes could just be wiped. If this is ignored, oh, okay, he takes it out.
All right, a lot of workers on both sides are falling, but seoul's economy still very, very good. A Ling attack here on the third base of Classic. Just everything.
This is looking okay. Well, I was thinking Classic was gonna win this, but until this happened.
𝙀𝙓 is the god emperor of the base trade. He's just hitting everything everywhere.
Not Classic. seoul's so damn good.
Really cripples the Protoss. We now have a supply blocked Classic here. He's going to recall into the main, but it's to take out a couple of lurkers and Lings.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the lurkers are over here. 𝙀𝙓, I think this game may be over.
Yeah, it's
yep,
3-0 right now, but we know that Classic will not leave until there's 0 chance remaining. He still has a very decent army, but I don't know that he can pull his economy back together. Just seoulr has been.
He's just got to go with what he's got.
Everywhere, over and over again.
And Classic's gonna do that. He's just gonna go across and hope for the best.
This will slow it down, and he should be able to save
or not. It looks like he wants to.
He's barely alive. This is the only functional base is here at 12 o'clock. Classic scrambling to get to it. It's 137 to 86 supply. Classic cannot make a probe, anything. He's gonna try to come back around. This one lurker's gonna run in there. I actually love this, where you just run one lurker in here, and it's like, if you don't deal with this, all your workers are gone.
Well, that is going to be a bit of a problem. Those are not going to be able to mine for a little bit.
Yeah, Classic is getting torn apart super hard.
So, I mean, it's good that he's cleaning things up. This is step 1, right? Classic keeps his cool. He cleans things up. He tries to come back.
He's not a very good Teletubby. He's not cleaning up the mess that he's got in his base.
I think this is basically impossible for Classic to recover from. I mean, Zerg literally has the whole map. There's, infrastructure has just been reinstated. Classic now has 8 supply worth of the space that he could make things in. seoulr's maxed out and pocketing money. He's got ambushes set up all over the map. I think we're going to see
seoulr's so damn good
here and go for the killing blow.
All right, I think you're right. There's really just not much left. The thing is, even if he doesn't go for the killing blow, I don't think that Classic can really, like, he has to go on the offense, right? Like, he has to go and attack and try to kill all seoulr's bases.
He has to move out. He just can't move out. He just can't sit back.
Right? I mean, it's yeah, a world where he could take this. I mean, seoulr would have to overextend so many times over. The few remaining probes are going to get wiped out. It's 19 workers.
There's one Archon.
Yeah.
There's only one Archon for Classic.
Qualify into that next round. Just a beautifully played series from him. We definitely had some close moments, some great moments from both players, but seoulr, mixing up his strategies a little bit, showing more aggression than I think a lot of people thought he would. Yeah, which I actually think in this current metagame is a very good choice. We saw how strong Classic is with this type of army, and I think getting some of that earlier aggression out, getting some damage, is a good way to play it.
Feel bad for Classic here in the last few moments of this game. Good storms here on the Corruptors, but seoulr could lose many more. And
GG. 3-0. Well, I said seoulr would win, but I predicted 3-2, but 3-0's pretty damn good. He really, game 2 and game 3, he really showed his confidence after that first game. Like, he really showed his confidence in his ability to win.
The problem is that seoulr shut it down so hard that suddenly the part of the game where Classic is really the best at, the mid-game to late mid-game, he was so squishy, so punishable, that all seoulr had to do was hit multiple locations at once, and Classic fell apart.
He did. Classic defended the first several attacks super well. I think it really started to go downhill, though, when he let the lurker drop go in his main and just counterattack.
Yeah.
Because then seoulr...
Such a good series.
Actually 3 different locations, and Classic only killed 1. And that's not a good enough trade.
It's also, I think, very difficult when the Protoss does the counterattack and there's lurkers burrowed everywhere in the counterattack to kind of gather what exactly is going on and where you need to prioritize the recovery. Anyways, guys, we're going to go to an interview with seoulr and see how he's feeling after 3-0 Classic.
Is he going to be like Rainer, be like, what the game? That was the game.
Classic, sensational finish to the last series of the day. seoulr, congratulations. I want to jump right into that first game. It was looking like, I want to say like similar fashion to how you lost in DreamHack Dallas. How were you able to change things around in this game, or in the first game rather?
Yeah, I was getting some flashbacks already when the recall got into my main and I lost the main and net. But yeah, I mean, I still had the confidence. I knew that if I just take good enough fights, it should be good enough. And that kind of ended up happening. I messed up one big fight at the top left once, but besides that, it was pretty decent fights all the time. So I know if that's happening, I can always win.
It did go pretty back and forth in that first game, but the second one seemed a little bit more decisive. And I want to ask you, when it comes to the switch, you had layer tech aggression in the first one, and then you switched it up with hive aggression in game 2. How come you made that switch?
Well, I kind of felt like he might expect the Hydra Bane again. He was also doing a good job scouting it in the first game. That's something I prepared for, that he doesn't really scout for a Hydra Bane, but now he was scouting it for it, so I didn't really want to necessarily do it again. I instead went for the Nidus Lurker play. That it's interesting, but it works quite well because the Queens just are so tanky and the Lurkers are so tanky that it's actually really hard to break a position like that always. But yeah, I just wanted to mix it up a little bit, and also the map wasn't that great.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely mixed it up, but still, sensational ending. Did you think that you were going to be able to take down Classic in a 3-0 fashion in the best of 5?
I thought it was possible, but at the same time, Classic's really good right now, and I thought this series could go either way. It's all of the games are really close even now, so it's always a little bit luck involved as well, who wins some of those games. So I was kind of hoping for that, you could say.
Well, at the end of the day, you managed to get that 3-0. Congratulations, you make it into the top 8. Thank you very much for joining us, Cyril. And now over to the studio to break down that last game of the day. And we still have 2 more days ahead of us here at the SNB Esports Arena for StarCraft at EWC.
There we
It's really fun to watch. I that I watched it last series.
complete.
Like,
forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under depleted. Mineral field.
Now I'm starting to throw, so I gotta.
Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted. Our forces are under attack. Mutation complete. Our mineral field depleted. Our forces are under attack.
What the hell? Oh, I made 2 infestation hits again. Gosh dang it.
Metamorphosis complete.
The Batrum.
Our forces are under attack. Mission complete.
Wow. Installing all kinds of games. Nice. Warm-up game. We're also on EU right now, so like I have higher ping, like a pretty high ping. But I felt like playing some Zerg and didn't want to play on any of my NA accounts. I already did that. I'm confused. Like, if I'm not having fun with the game, I'm not gonna play it. High ground CC, huh? Been Bane busted one too many times.
Our forces are under attack.
I didn't even start my link speed. I'm confused. by this guy. No fun. Then why you play this game? Decided to... Oh, that's a second starport. No, I do need this. Was it battle cruisers? The only thing I could expect this to be.
Our drones are under attack. Our drones are under attack.
Because he's so willing to throw away units left, right, and center like this.
Tumor is under attack. Unacceptable command.
There. Well, I regret losing this game. I regret not making that fourth.
forces are under attack.
Yes, I called myself bad because I didn't play well. If I'm not playing well, then I'm playing bad. Then I'm playing poorly. So, yeah. Guy is hopeless. He is completely and utterly hopeless. Salty from the very beginning when I said GLHF, he said, no, no, I'm recouping. I'm just mad. I'm playing Terran, okay. There we go. Didn't make the 2 sets of dudes. Let me see. Did we didn't see a Reaper, right? There's a Reaper. It's quite a bit late. I didn't start this? Are you kidding me, man? Man, what is wrong with me? Forgetting my link speed. Again.
Forces are under attack. Metamorphosis. Unacceptable command. A creature is under attack. Depleted. Mineral field depleted. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are mineral field depleted. Our forces
Oh my god, this guy's so bad.
are under attack.
Hold on, I'm gonna see what this idiot said. He just told me he's go touch grass. He spent so much time ranting about how he doesn't want, why should he play against people with 50,000 games and stuff like that. It's like he's talking about them having egos. It's like, dude, you've got the biggest ego right now. You're the one that's freaking talking so much shit out of your ass. I'll be right back. I'm back. One second. Alright, I'm back again. Let me check my email before we get started again. Which is pissing me off right now. Which is really pissing me off. Hold on a second. I wish I could remember who it was last month that did it. Let me see if I could find a log. Let me see. I'm trying to find something. It's pretty important I do this. Because right now Twitch is screwing me out of some money. I need to get a log from last month. Alright, cool, I can go back. So where is it? Okay, so it's green. Almost a year ago. Alright, well, I can't freaking. Got my spawning pool.
drones are under attack. Our forces are under mineral field depleted. Our forces are under attack. Our drones are under attack. The hive cluster is under attack. Our forces are 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 under attack. Mineral field depleted. Unacceptable command. A creep tumor is under attack. A hive cluster is under attack. Our forces are under attack. A creep tumor is under attack. Mineral field depleted. Our forces are under attack. Mineral field depleted. Under attack. Mineral field. Mineral metamorphosis complete. Mineral field completed. Our forces are under attack. Mineral field depleted.
Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. VVT again. No, what the hell are you doing? I'm so stupid. I don't even remember what the hell I was doing with this Overlord. It wasn't supposed to go down there. And yeah, I sent it down there like a doofus.
Our forces are under attack.
What the hell? That's so strange. He finds it despite me taking a really weird path? Like, come on, dude. If he goes back to it, it's 100%. Oh, there's a Hellion. It was a one base all in. Let's look at that again.
SCV ready. SCV ready. SCV ready. Go, go, go!
Command center upgrade complete.
Who wants some? SCV ready. SCV ready.
Okay, he was just looking for it. He didn't go straight to it. All right, yeah.
Add-on.
As I said, if he came back, it would be a definite. Sorry, I keep muting my microphone, but yeah, I'm back.
Okay. Subclass, eh?
All right. DVP. Oh, Frosty freaking shit. Alright, fine. That's GG for me. is that? Like, okay. I was ready for Dark Templars as a follow-up. Damn, how do you lose with that? You freaking proxied 4 gateways and everything and caught me off guard, and yeah, I still win. EVP. I respect that, even if it, oh, it was actually gonna be a cannon rush. He just didn't make cannons. That's kind of stupid. Oh, he's being so greedy. I don't know what the fuck that guy was thinking. That shit was never gonna work. He was AFK for like the first 20 seconds, I guess. That makes sense. Do you start a unit in your gateway? He does. Thanks for the freebie.
Forces are under attack.
Where do those overlords go? Okay, they gotta go over there.
Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack.
Nobody says GG, man. Fucking hate Twitch, man. Anyway, any and every possible way to screw people out of their money. It's easy to keep track when you're a smaller streamer and you can see, you know, where the subs are coming from, but fucking Twitch, I wonder how much money they're screwing out of people, like the big streamers too, you know? How much money do they steal from them every year, every month, every day? There's a bunch of lings coming my way now.
Our forces are under attack. Forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack.
Fucker! Oh my god, those fuckers died. I threw away a bunch of units without just going for Banes instead. What are my lings doing? What the fuck? You can't fucking micro in this shit, man. I could do better. I've done better in the past. Gonna have mutas pop up and everything. Nah, I'm just done. I can't do anything else. Like, what the fuck am I expected to do at that point? Like, I just... Oh. Accidentally muted again. Ross versus Zerg. Fuck. All these adepts that he's making now.
Our forces are under attack. Metamorphosis. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under Our forces are under attack. Mineral field depleted. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Mineral field depleted. Our forces
I was trying to say he did something unique. I was like, no, you didn't. You just threw units at it and let them all die purposely. I'm a fucking idiot. I love it. Okay. Gonna get that. That. Heal battery. Gotta get that upgrade. I can't believe I forgot to get. But no.
Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack.
Oh, I forgot I wasn't making a spire.
field depleted. Our forces are under attack. Depleted. Metamorphosis complete. Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted.
He was not wanting to deal with that. I mean, I got supply block for so long. It was actually insane. Like a minute, 2 minutes. I know like a minute and a half or so is part of the 15-15. The 15 hatch 15 tool, but like yeah. Let's see what our next opponent's gonna look like. Hurt us again. Forgot to freaking cancel that thing. I'm getting fucked up by a couple of adepts now. That's pretty sweet.
Metamorphosis complete.
Oh my god, what the fuck just opened up?
Our drones are under attack.
Yeah, this game's over. But what are you doing? Why is the queen stop? Oh my god, can you please get selected? I added you to the control group. Dude, what the fuck, man? Like, nothing's getting added to the control group or anything. Like, what the fuck? Hello? Well, I just go over here instead. I already know I'm dead. It's just a matter of how soon is he gonna come out and put the nail in the coffin. Just zealot.
Our forces are under attack.
Void Ray. When nothing wants to go your way. This is what it feels like.
The hive cluster is under attack.
It was over when the adepts got so many kills on them, so many worker kills. It was just over at that point. I had made 2 sets of Zerglings, but I needed 4 sets. I didn't see the 2 gates until after the fact. And then, yeah, just how it was. Just fucking couldn't get my units to move, couldn't get them in my control groups. Just felt really off. What's up, Talden? Yeah. I have the scout. I have the Grunt Scout. There's no telling what this guy is. If he's Zerg, and I go and expand into 12 pools, it's just misery. Good Zerg. Any fast expanded. Not to feel so bad. Fuck. That was weird. Mine's wiggling, his is now wiggling.
The Hive Cluster is under attack. The Hive Cluster is under attack. Analysis complete. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack.
And now we run into the Zergs that want to go roach. Roach is every game. 2 base roach. +1 attack. I got +1 melee on my Zerglings while I had the Evo chamber in his base. So that was kind of a meme. No Banes, just +1 melee. DVZ. Give me 6 seconds. Yeah, they went pool first as well. Proxy to hatch in their base. They never saw it coming. Let's get this mineral wall open. We need like, I think what?
Mineral field depleted.
3 drones to mine open the wall.
Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted. Our forces are under attack.
Yep.
Mineral field depleted.
Fuck. Hell.
Our forces are under attack. Mineral field depleted. The high cluster is under attack. Mineral, our forces are under attack.
That's why this map is stupid as hell. I accidentally muted my mic. I was saying that's why that map is stupid, because it doesn't take skill. All you need to do is mine the mineral wall right when your timing hits, which is when speed finishes, and you can win with completely effortlessly. Okay. Um, I'm gonna do a rant, but nah, I'll wait. The fact that I didn't get a quick response back from them makes me think that either they realized that they fucked up or they went to lunch. Or they're just gonna ignore me from here on out. Despite the fact that I, you know, brought evidence. Anyway. What, ignore? So, the discrepancy I'm having is that, I looked at my analytics and the subs that Timo gifted, all of a sudden Twitch is taking 67% of the money, or sorry, 63% of the money instead of 50-50. Instead of the normal, like the amount that it should equate to. So I got less money from that than from the 3 individual subs. So I'm bringing it to them how there's a bit of a discrepancy there. Because they're trying to claim deductions and like different regions stuff. I'm like, I calculated. I mean, they still advertised 50-50. If it was anything less, I don't think as many people would be streaming on Twitch. But yeah, I'm curious how long they've been trying to get away with it too, because it's like, I'm like, yeah, so over there it's still €5, which still translates to almost $6, like what we're paying here. And they're trying to take a bigger cut, and then they're trying to claim between taxes and deductions and stuff. And I'm like, with banks, and I'm like, how is it that the 5 subs that he gifted, I'm only getting $1.84 per sub, whereas from his, I'm still getting $1.55. Hold on a second. So yeah, I basically brought up evidence and said, hey, look, you're taking more from the 5 than than the 1 from his own sub, you know? So like, what's the deal here? because like it's still like the math just doesn't add up on their end, like what they're trying to say. If I could make more money off of YouTube than Twitch, I would go only to YouTube, you know, but my YouTube channel doesn't make any money right now. And if I could actually make money off of Kick, then I would go to Kick. You know?
Our drones are under attack. Our forces are under attack.
Because this shit is so freaking annoying. It's like, I imagine how many of the smaller streamers are getting fucked over every year or every day from this kind of shit, you know? It's like,
Forces are under attack.
I was checking my analytics to see, you know, how much I was at so far.
Are under attack.
Wow, he lost the Banshee to that. Or maybe he didn't. Okay.
Our forces are under attack. depleted. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack.
What the hell is going on here, man?
Our drones are under attack. Mineral field. Metamorphosis complete. Metamorphosis complete. Our drones are under attack. Mineral field depleted. A creep tumor is under attack.
I need freaking gas really bad. Teams, I don't know right now, because trying to do this. Can't focus right now. Yeah, I guess I ought to wait till I get my, what do you call it? I started this ages ago. What the fuck? Get some Vipers so I can yoink the tanks and kill them. But yeah, also my dinner's ready, so I gotta have that too. But then after that, I don't know. If it's not too late.
Mutation complete. Metamorphosis complete. Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted. Unacceptable. Our forces are under attack. Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted. Metamorphosis complete. Our forces are under attack. The higher cluster is under attack.
Oh my god, these fucking overs the.
Forces are under attack.
All my fucking infestors just died? Are you kidding me?
A creature is under attack. Vespene geyser. Nuclear launch. Mineral field. Mineral field depleted. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Mineral field depleted. Unacceptable command. Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted. Mineral field. Nuclear launch detected. Mineral field. Our forces are under attack. Mineral field depleted. Our drones are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Our drones are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Our drones are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Nuclear launch detected. A creature. Our forces are under attack.
These fucking
Forces
units
are under
get
attack.
grouped where I'm telling them to.
Creature is under attack.
I'm having problems with this fucking.
Our drones are
My control group's not working all of a sudden. Like, all my control groups are gone.
Our forces. A
GG. I can't keep going. I'm freaking dead anyway. I can't do anything with my control groups. Fuck. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Let's find a video to react to watch while we eat, because definitely not gonna play while I eat. No, no, not really. I'm just gonna find a video. Yeah. You know what? I'm curious. Let's see what his video, what Beowulf's video talks about.
Hey all, this is it, or some semblance of it being it. Stormgate has a release date. Kinda. Let's talk about it. So, a blog post went live about 15 minutes ago. It actually leaked online a little bit earlier on accident. Apparently, they had issues with the publishing tool, so I had the chance to read it even before it went live. Some small things changed. I think mainly just adding some pictures. But we have a release date now. Stormgate comes out of early access on August 5th, 2025, which, if you're watching this on release, is about 2 weeks from now. So, yeah. They put a whole blog post about it. We're going to talk about it. But again, the big thing, early access ends Everyone gets the email saying the game we've been following leaves early access
What kind of customs are you talking about? 1v1s or what, Pikmin?
in 2 weeks. So this is it. This is Frost Giants' big shot to see if they can go and recover all of the momentum that they lost with their early access launch just about a year ago. In fact, it is almost exactly a year. It was July 31st when the game entered the preferential early access period last year. It was 2 weeks later when it went early access to everyone. Before then, you had to have either kickstarted or bought the Founders Pack or something. But right, just about almost exactly a year to the day when we entered early access. And last year, they were, in fairness, they were talking about year zero. This is the end of year zero. So let's go into what they have to say. So we shared our long-term vision for Stormgate at the inception of our company. We have 4 pillars, have always been campaign, co-op, competitive, and custom games.
Oh, well, the game, like an actual custom game, I'm going to be confused at what the hell's going on anyway.
And those features remain integral to our plans. They go on to give some introspective about the progress. And again, it does seem clear, and I was saying this when they announced that, okay, 0.6 is when EA was going to leave, that this was very clearly we have to do something, and they actually do touch on this in the FAQ a little bit later. We have to do something. We can't just sit here and not have any players and not be making any money for too much longer. But this is not the game that we properly want to give. Like, this is not fully complete. So a couple weeks ago when they said, or maybe it was last week, and they said, hey, 0.6 leaving early access, it's not going to be 1.0, was an allusion to that fact that we're going to have our campaign, the 12 missions of the campaign, plus 2 like extra follow-on missions that they talk about it, still not quite clear what that is going to mean. But the fully enclosed mission or campaign 1 story of 12 missions is good enough for release. And 1v1 is good enough for release. So we're going to drop that. Everything else is going to be in a testing section. But this is good enough for our leaving early access with at least some functionality. We've been carefully listening and reading to feedback from our passionate community. Players have told us that calling our early access 0.6 may have been well meant. Again, saying this is not where we want to be. This is where we are right now. This is what we have to do, but this is not where we want to be, is what they were saying. But it didn't properly convey Stormgate's foundational content is complete and ready for others to enjoy. Even calling it foundational content, I get where they're coming from. They're saying a 1v1 in campaign, everything is built off that. 3v3 is built off campaign, 1v1 assets. Co-op built off 1v1 campaign assets. Right? You add something into 1v1, you add it into campaign, it can be used by the other faction, by the other things. Is not necessarily true. Taking 3v3 co-op and putting it into campaign or 1v1. So that's where they're going from with that. But they have 4 pillars, 4 foundational pillars. 1v1 and campaign are only 2 of them. So even calling them foundational, I think is I understand where they're coming from, maybe a little bit confusing. That said, it was confusing, and we respect that feedback, so we're making some clarifications here. Stormgate Campaign 1, Ashes of Earth, is the official launch out of early access. It will include the complete Ashes of Earth campaign in a robust 1v1 mode, as well as access to the Terrain Editor Alpha and co-op modes that are still in active development based on community feedback. Now, a couple things about this. The fact that Terrain Editor is going to be available for everyone is massive. It is a really big deal because right now, anyone who has access to the editor, and you had to get whitelisted for it, if there is a map that you want to play, you just got to get someone who has the map on their machine. They host it up. You join the game. You have the game. So while it's not going to be the arcade system that StarCraft 2 had, which back in the day, this was before my time, but like almost killed the custom mapping scene a little bit. But back in the day, you do have this arcade system. Not going to have that. Not going to have anything quite so where you're able to go and like host all these custom maps and you just can find what you want when you want to play it. But it will mean that it's possible for someone to go play Run for Your Life. I go play it. I can now host it for my friends. Right? It's a significant step in the right direction, even if it's not quite as regimented as otherwise it would be nice to have. And I'm really hoping they get the names fixed for 0.6. I think that actually should be a reasonably high priority. The other question that I have is what the state of co-op is, because co-op has been frozen for the last 2 patches or so. Yeah, it's 2 patches, 0.4, 0.5. It's been frozen. It's been slowly breaking as things, underlying stuff gets changed. Half the time the top bar doesn't work, which is not really a good state. Ideally, when they froze it, they said it's going to keep working as it was, but, you know, we're going to relaunch it at some point, and that's just not where it is right now. So I'm hoping with how they're talking about this and not specifying that it's frozen means that we should get some co-op updates in 0.6, fixing at least the bugs, because they're saying it's now an active development based on community feedback, which implies that we're going to get updates. And so that's how I read into that. I don't know. I haven't asked for comment from FreshJohn on this, but that's what I read into that. Our goal with this fact is to answer questions we're seeing from our community, particularly around what the update means for the game's status, scope, and features. So here's a closer look at what we can expect. First one, when does it launch? August 5th, 2 weeks from today, if you're watching this when the video goes live, which I think is a lot sooner than a lot of people expected. And it's also, it's the start of Q3, realistically. Q3, I guess, is maybe halfway through. Q3 ends September 30th. So they're going to have 2 months. They're going to be pretty much, they're going to be a third of the way through the third quarter of 2025. In fact, realistically, based on the patch cadence, we should get the 0.7, no longer numbered, but 0.7 in right towards the end of Q3. And that is likely the Team Mayhem update, so that should be fun. What's going on with the patch numbers? What are you calling your launch release? We're going to drop the numbered system and instead stick with our release code names inspired by RTS units, which we still use internally. We think they're fun, and we want to continue sharing these with our community. Some are obscure, and we enjoy the community discussions they spark.
It's safe to say that some gacha games on the market take the design and interactivity of their playable characters a lot.
This is this, and there's one other fact they make a little bit later that it really just feels like a stellarant for the Flames of Frost Giant is not being totally forthright with us. You know, they're like, we were mad at, they were like, oh, we didn't like that they didn't call it 1.0, so we're just going to remove the numbers, which like the sentiment is, Frost Giant, like, what is happening here? You're calling it a release, but it doesn't have all the features. What is happening? Right, that's
You're fully releasing the game and there's still shit missing. Yay for porn ads. That wasn't a porn ad. That was a gacha game ad. Well, I guess same difference.
the sentiment. Not, oh, well, I'm confused. It's 0.6, not 1.0. That is a symptom of the actual confusion. And that is, how are you presenting what's happening here? Are you presenting the full four pillars that aren't in yet, or are you presenting a little bit of it? And, you know, clearly there's something happening behind the scenes. That's the confusion. And saying, well, it's going to be our Krogoth release or our Chronosphere release doesn't really, it just kind of gives more obfuscation. So you can't criticize them for calling it 0.6 on the EA launch, but it still doesn't solve the root of the problem here, right? That's not what's happening. Now, hopefully this is good. Hopefully they get more viewers and we're getting more players and people buy the game and they can continue to do what they want to do. But this is like taping someone's mouth shut because they're coughing. So great, they're not coughing anymore. But the problem is still there. They're still sick. I don't know. This approach will allow us to recognize each release for what it is, not an incremental addition to a progress bar with an arbitrary 1.0 at the end, but a meaningful addition to what has come before with new features, modes, content improvements for players to enjoy. Yeah, Frost Giant, that doesn't ring true. I'm sorry. Like, I've probably been one of the bigger, if not the biggest proponents of Stormgate. I've been doing all this stuff, but I've been doing these dev interviews. I truly believe in this product they're working on. But that is marketing speak. I'm sorry. 1.0 is a very clear 4 pillars release. Right? That is what you have a campaign, you have a fleshed out co-op, you have your team mode, you have 1v1, you have terrain editor. Done. Not early alpha that people are access to, which again, I talked to James Ferris last week. The terrain editor for where it is awesome. But that is no, I'm sorry. That is, you guys got to do better. That is, no. Each release will steadily move us towards our vision for Stormgate as a frequently updated and supported RTS that, with your help, will grow and evolve for years to come. Yes, it's a live service game. But you've set this expectation for the last couple of years about what the 4 pillars are and what you're looking for and what a finished...
Yeah, I mean, if I'm hearing shit like co-op is broken right now, and they have basically 2 weeks to fix it for the full release, and you have some bugs, like game-breaking bugs, like the top bar not working in co-op. I mean, most players in general are going to be playing co-op. Those who are going to be coming back to see what's new a year later. Not that many people are going to give too much of a shit about 1v1. In fact, it might even be too difficult to convince people to play 1v1 if there's not enough players. Because the people who have been sticking around and playing, it's like throwing bronze against gym, and you're going to discourage people from wanting to play. So, like, to solve that, they would need to keep those players facing against each other. Like, don't delete people's MMR, and don't like don't throw the wolves into the freaking the sheep pen or the pig pen. The pig pen. We'll go with that one. Don't throw the wolves into the pig pen. You gotta freaking keep the veterans in their own queue. Let the new players queue against each other. Those who do come back and give the game a shot. Like, there's no point of deleting people's MMR just to reset it, because it's full release time. Everybody starts from scratch when you've had 60 to 100 people who've been playing this game nonstop still.
Game, and by finished, I mean feature complete, moving on to the future, adding more campaigns, maybe tweaking units, doing all these things. Obviously, it's a live service. Things will be changed, added, removed. But that is blaming people for your... No, I'm sorry. That's not... This is marketing speak. This is attempting to deflect what you see coming, but you're not... This is not good enough.
Also, releasing the game and not calling it 1.0, but going with the name seems a bit shady to me anyway. We're not going to call it 1.0. We're going to call it patch apocalypse. Like, okay, so what does that translate to? Is that an actual 1.0? Or are you going to go and just hide behind a 0.6 update instead? It sounds like complete bullshit. It sounds like they haven't accomplished as much because they've been so focused on trying to make the game look better than what they showed us last year. Focusing so much on the graphics, which is definitely necessary, but they're nowhere near where they said that they were going to be a year ago.
We believe this approach is better fit for live development. Stormgate is tremendously ambitious in scope. It is 100%. They decided, and this vision is what this vision is what a next generation, or this is what a next big RTS needs. But Stormgate is tremendously ambitious in scope, with many features to flesh out and improve, even after our foundational modes are ready for launch. Again, this is not what you said. Foundational modes were 1v1, yes. Campaign, yes. Co-op, 3v3, terrain editor. Maybe 3v3s and 1v1, like the four pillars.
I also don't like the idea of them saying doing the old school arcade mode, where there is no arcade mode like in StarCraft 2, but instead, if you have the map, then you have to find somebody who owns the map to load you into the create a lobby, and then you get the map once the game launches. I feel that's such an old system that nobody wants to go back to that. An old archaic shit. Like, no, just figure out how to make a quick arcade lobby system. Let people host their arcade maps. I know part of the reason is probably because of what they saw what happened with StarCraft 2 with its arcade. But at the same time, you can't necessarily go backwards in progression and be like, oh yeah, find somebody who has the map and then ask them politely if they'll host it.
But you've changed scope. You haven't talked about how you changed scope. You just are deciding that this is now the scope. And I understand what's happening here. Again, this is likely a financial decision that Frost Giant has to make. But
I think before the end of next year, Frost Giant will be out of business.
A little bit of gaslighting here.
Or before the beginning, of next year.
If
this game
these
fails.
have been our previous version names. Apocalypse, or Alpha Build, up through Necrolite, which is the upcoming Steam release. And coming up next fall, I assume this fall, Ornithopter will be our fall release when we introduce Team Mayhem to Sigma Labs. Peon would be next on deck, followed by Queen. This just may be editing, but saying would be instead of will be. What is the subjunctive? What is the imperfect future? Will is the definite future. I hope I'm just reading too much into that. We have a lot more planned after that as well. Players who want to know more about our development priorities and future plans can look forward to our next roadmap, which we aim to release ahead of our upcoming patch. So in the next 2 weeks, we will get a roadmap. I hope. They aim to release this, of course, not final, but I understand why they're like, yeah.
As I'm reading ahead, I see we aim to name the smaller patches as well. Hunter was followed by Hunter 2, of reference to a classic internet meme. Griffin was followed by Griffinish line to reflect the hotfixes we needed to make for our early access release. Spoiler alert, we are already working on updates that will land after Necrolite, and they're going to be Necrolit. I'm not a big fan. I feel like that's going to get way too confusing. So what if there's multiple hotfixes that have to be done on under a single patch? Necrolit, Necro shit. Like, come on. What the number system works better simply because it's easier to visually see what patches are coming after, chronologically. Bigger number means later release.
Deadline slip. What about smaller patches like 0.1? How will you handle these? We name these smaller patches as well. Hunter followed up by Hunter 2, which is pretty funny. I referenced, hello fellow kids, a reference to the classic internet meme. Griffin was followed by a Griffinish line. I have no idea what this means. Griffin, I understand it's a unit, but a Griffinish line? What is you don't need to explain Hunter 2. Not to the I don't think you need to explain Hunter 2 to this community, but what in the world does Griffinish line mean? To reflect the hot fixes we needed to make for early access release. Spoiler alert, we are already working on updates that will land after Necrolite, and they're going to be Necrolit. That's bad. That's really bad. But, I'm laughing, so it's fine, right? This is the type of joke I make, so it's fine.
So cool. I love all these ads. That was cool.
Why are you leaving early access with all the game modes you've been working on? After a year of progress, with the help of our community's feedback, we believe that our campaign and 1v1 are ready for a broader audience. We're going to get into 1v1. I'm very surprised they're including this. Campaign, sure, but 1v1, I'm a little surprised. But we feel that these modes are at a point where players at large can enjoy them. Other modes, like co-op missions and the editor, will be available in development state throughout our in-game test kitchen, which we're calling Sigma Labs, which, of course, is not a reference to Sigma Zoomerisms, but Sigma as in the Sigma project to go and try to save humanity in the Stormgate universe. These modes will continue to expand over time in the same way that past RTS games launched and grew from there. Even in a previous state, we believe the content in Sigma Labs is a lot of fun. Here are some screenshots from player-created maps that have been made using our editor. These are both RL maps, by the way. This top one is Scarlet Isle. I believe, yes, this top one is Scarlet Isle. It's a bit of a weird angle. It's like flipped. Used to seeing, because we're looking at the top side of the map here, top corner. And this is Malice Depths.
So they're in the map pool.
Enough, we're not seeing Blackspire, which I think is the kind of the best map of those, and probably looks the coolest too. We hope that our players will understand our choice to prioritize the fundamentals first, and to release with our campaign 1v1 modes while we continue to fill out the rest of our long-term vision. Quality over quantity was our single biggest learning from early access. As an independent studio, we have limited resources, and exiting early access is a critical step towards sustaining our ongoing development. They're right there saying we need to do this for the money. You know what? Respect. It's not as flat out as some people would like it to be, where it's like, we need you to pay us money so we don't go under. But this is saying, hey, straight up, we need to monetize. Much like the Kira LaForge interview a while ago. Like, we do need to start making some more money on this. We can't be running as dark as we have been. Sure. We need to be able to sustain development.
I know, like, the game still has a bad taste in my mouth because of how piss poor they managed the early access and how they pissed off so many people. I also felt the game was pretty damn, like, boring after a couple days. Like, initially it felt like a lot of fun, But then when you realize that the game is creep killing until you have a big enough army and you just go kill your opponent, or spamming dogs, you're spamming dogs and sending them into your opponent's base until they're dead. You know, like it's just so boring when it's just very as linear as it is there. You know, like just a few, just you had a brand new game that's already back being like narrowed down to just a few viable strategies. Because if you don't take creep camps, you fall too far behind, and if you don't dog spam, it's really hard, and the map gets taken over. Yeah, it's I don't know, just. And then earlier on, when I first tried the game, like when you had Celestials with the ball rush, which is I forgot what they're called, but the orbs that fly in, and those were doing so much damage that all you had to do was spam those in the beginning of the game, and you can kill somebody within the first 2 minutes. That was so stupid.
And it's a little frustrating to be, our biggest learning from early access.
I don't know what the game's like now, but
quality over quantity. Fair. If you've been following development, it was pretty clear that with the financial SEC reports that came out earlier in this year, that they had to go into early access July 31st of last year, because that was the last day they could do so, while still paying only interest on a $3 million loan from Silicon Valley Bank. If they had stayed in early access, or if they'd stayed not in early access, in alpha, beta, pre-early access longer than that, they would have had to start making payments on the principal, not just the interest, which are significantly higher monthly payments. So they were, as far as I can tell, this is not confirmed, but just reading the deadlines and things, it seems like that's what forced them into early access. And I had conversations with Frost Giant before then where I was like, guys, Infernal Vanguard are fun. They need development, obviously, but like, get them done. Celestials later date. Like, give me a vertical slice, get it really good. And they were of the opinion at the time that, I guess because of Blizzard credentials and everything else, they were going to go and give everything in like a work in progress state, and people would give them the grace. Obviously not true. I wish they had listened to myself and other people in the Discord and other people that were telling them, just give it a vertical slice, don't have everything in, but like give them proof that show proof that it can be really good.
I don't know. I feel like more people would have been more upset if they didn't release Celestials. Like, you're just teasing the third faction, but you're stuck playing only 2. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that opinion. Because I don't think that having the 3 factions was the issue. I feel like that they focused they put so much focus on other shit that didn't matter. So, for instance, the creep camps. I feel like that stuff could have been held off. Competitively would be tough with only 2 factions. Exactly. Like, if you're trying to... Well, here's the thing, is that you have... And like EA even figured it out with Command & Conquer back in the day. So, like, back in the day when it was Westwood Studios, Command & Conquer was just GDI Nod, and then with the Red Alert Universe, it was Soviets, Allies. When EA came along, that's when you started seeing third factions. Like, for Red Alert Universe, you had Soviets, Allies, Yuri, and then Red Alert 3, Soviets, Allies, Empire of the Rising Sun. Command & Conquer 3 is Nod, GDI, Skrin. And then you had the sub-factions. So you had like 2 or 3 sub-factions for each faction. So, like, they realized then that you gotta have the trio, at least. 3 is like kind of the golden number when it comes to the amount of factions you want in a game. Even Tempest Rising, they were hinting at a third faction that was in development. The problem is that they're releasing that at a later date. The game's already out, but they're releasing the third faction at a later date. But 3 spices RTS games up, where it's not just, okay, imagine if StarCraft was just Zerg and Terran. So it's like TVT, ZVZ, or TVZ. You know? Imagine, or even less fun, Terran and Protoss. It's just Terran and Protoss, so TVT, PvP, or TVP. You know, just 2 faction, 2 races that just that can sit back and turtle really hard, or they can be, well, they're kind of built around turtling for quite a bit against each other. But think of how boring StarCraft would be if it was just Terran and Protoss. There was no Zerg. So I don't agree with 𝙀𝙓𝙋𝘼𝙉𝘿 and whoever else was saying to not release Celestials right away. I don't think the third faction was the problem. I think the problem is that they were trying to focus on too many different things simultaneously. Like I feel like co-op is definitely something that they should have had on the early access release, but they didn't need the heroes yet, I don't think. If anything, they could have delayed co-op. They could say, all right, these are the 3 factions. This is what we're focusing on. 1v1s and 3v3s. Or whatever. And we're going to release co-op at a later date. They needed to... They just spread themselves too thin. Also, the campaign. If anything, they could have worked on 1s, 3s, and co-op, and skipped on the campaign. We didn't need to have a campaign yet. If you look at StarCraft 2 in the beta, alpha and beta, there was no campaign to try. There was no campaign. We just played multiplayer. You didn't need to have a story for early access for Stormgate. Just focus on the 3 factions and focus on how they interact with each other, the balance, and then focus on co-op to make sure that you have the PvE for the players, the majority of your player base that's going to be playing the game, and work on the story later. You can tease the story at a later date. Tease the story in the trailers. Have you ever played Planetary Titan? Yeah, I played it. I played Planetary Annihilation originally when it came out. And then Titans, I only got it because it was at a discount, and it was on sale. I only got it like a year or 2 ago. I think it was 2 years ago. So I didn't really play much of Titans, but I did play a little bit of the ladder for Planetary Annihilation. But yeah, I don't agree with delaying the Celestials. I think that would have been a really bad choice. That's the problem with people like 𝙀𝙓𝙋𝘼𝙉𝘿 thinking that what they say is 100% what would have worked out. I disagree. Even in hindsight, I think he's wrong.
Because RTS gamers and RTS fans in particular have been burned before, but they didn't. They're learning quality over quantity. And that's the decision.
Quality over quantity, yes, but that's why a lot of people bitched about the story and how shitty the cinematics looked, how shitty the characters looked, how boring the story. I don't know if it was boring, but I just remember people complaining about the missions being bugged. In fact, Day 9 had an experience where a mission was bugged, and somebody told him, "Oh, just exile. It'll put you back in at your checkpoint." He follows that Twitch person's advice, exit out, comes back. Oh, he has to start the mission all over again, despite it, because of a bug. So, story, they didn't need to release that. We didn't need the story. We didn't need a campaign. You didn't need to do that. All you needed was 1v1s, 3s, co-op. Focus on the multiplayer, not the single player. So, also, don't be freaking... This is a mistake that they were making as well. Don't be releasing skins for the Fog of War, because nobody needs that shit that's distracting. Don't be releasing pets if you're not done with the factions. Like the little cats or dogs that are in your base. Don't be releasing those stupid pets. We don't need that yet. But what did they do? They were selling pets. They were selling co-op commanders. They were selling Fog of War skins. They had drops for Fog of War skins. It was just stupid. They said that they spread themselves out too thin, and they were hoping that people were going to throw money at them, like as if they were a stripper on a stripper pole.
And I think they had to make. It's just frustrating that they're doing it only now after the damage has been done. We remain very committed to achieving our full vision, and we want to be forthright that our Steam launch is a debut rather than the end of a journey. Fair enough. Why not wait till everything is ready? We have a grand vision for Stormgate that we hope to continue to evolve for years to come. Many prior RTS game launches, including some recent releases, Tempest Rising, 2 factions at release, which is, again, I think that's what Frustrating should have done. I'm not getting on Tempest Rising's
I still disagree with him.
scale too much here, but that's what they're referencing. Focused on traditional campaign and competitive modes for their launch. We feel like this is a good approach that honors our community's guidance for us to focus on quality instead of trying to do everything at once.
Here's the thing with Tempest Rising. The game still has bugs in it that I don't like. The gameplay, even though I initially had fun with it, was still kind of boring. It's not a very successful RTS. You can't look at Tempest Rising and be like, huh, that's what I said to do, and be like, yeah, the Tempest Rising is a failure. The game died after like a week. You can't look at Tempest Rising and try to claim that that's exactly what Stormgate should have done, because it's the same shitty advice that you were going to give the, hey, Boy Scout, how's it going? I'm going to go look at the Steam charts right now for Tempest Rising. There's a reason why I refunded Tempest Rising. 331 players in the last 23 minutes, 636 players in the last 24 hours, and the official launch for this game was, back in April 24th. It had the early beta. They had beta access and stuff that was a part of where I tried the game out. I tried the demos. The demos were fun because it was story, like, you get to try the factions out. I thought it was fun. I didn't bother playing the story. I wasn't attracted to the story, but I don't agree with Behemoth about only releasing 2 factions and then release the 3rd one later. I disagree with that entirely. I think that would have been a bigger mistake. You can't say, oh, look, Tempest Rising, they're only releasing 2 first and they have a 3rd one on the way. The game's a failure. You're comparing one failure to another failure. Hey, Tia, welcome back. How you doing? So, yeah.
Again, was the big thing they learned from EA. We're a much smaller studio.
He looks like he's crying. He is.
Publishers, we must align our focus to match that reality, aka we don't have a lot of money.
Let me go back.
Do everything at once, which again was the big thing they learned from EA. We're a much smaller studio with more limited funding than the big publishers, and we must align our focus to match that reality, aka we don't have a lot of money. We've worked really hard to build, which we all knew. At least if you've been following, you knew this. They had $22,000 in the bank as of last year. They got some more investments, but we've worked really hard to build a strong foundation with Snowplay, and our current priority has been to prepare our campaign and 1v1 experiences for a broader audience. And realistically, like, Stormgate is fun. But the Stormgate mechanics, balance issues aside, because I think there are some significant ones, and I really hope they're more active on balance patching after release. I was fine the entirety of early access. If things are broken, whatever, who cares? It's early access. Every patch is changing things so dramatically that it's not worth the effort. But if you're going to leave early access, even if balance on launch in the first week of launch is all over the place, which is fair, you have to balance the game. You have to make sure that Infernals don't have a 60% win rate across the board. You got to make sure that Celestials have more options than just Infernal or than just Argent Kree. Like, especially with the limited unit roster.
That's already making me doubtful on Stormgate's success, because hearing that it's still just the 2 units that you make, your very beginning units, I forgot what they're called, arc lights, I think. I don't freaking remember. They're the dudes that their damage is based off of how much mana they have or energy, and then Kree. Like, if that's really still how they're playing, then I am not that hopeful for the game, because that tells me that not much has changed since I played a year ago. So
that Stormgate has, you gotta make them viable. It's gonna take a while. Obviously, first year of Wings of Liberty, Zerg was dead at high level, but you have to make it playable. Like, you have to dedicate the time to this, even if you would rather be finishing the Celestial rework or whatever it is. You no longer have the EA excuse. How many campaign missions are included at launch?
Also, remember, I'm not sure if anybody remembers, but they had that Kickstarter page, whatever, and they said that they were going to make 300 units because, or they said for anybody who donated X amount of money, they would get a unit named after them, and there was over 300 people who donated that amount or higher when I last looked at it. So there's not 300 units in the game, I'm guessing, considering that he said that Celestials still are pretty linear. It's like you play with only 2 units under the Celestials. Like, okay, yeah. I'm still not very hopeful. Then I'm hearing that they're doing a rework, huh, on Celestials. I mean, does that mean that they're adding more units? Like, what's going on here?
Stormgate's first campaign, Ashes of Earth, will launch with 12 missions. It's a complete story, but we have plans to expand upon it in the future with some additional free missions. My guess here, especially because the guy that voiced Julian Nassar was tweeting about,
they didn't think they'd get that much support. I guess not.
Was tweeting about stuff is that these are prequel missions,
or they didn't expect that many people to pay that much or higher. Like, I'm talking about, I'm if memory serves me right, it was people who donated, I think, $250 on up. So they had a lot of people who donated a lot of money. It's why a lot of people were pissed off that they paid, say, minimum $250, and yet they still had to pay an additional $10 to get the new co-op commander that came out on early access. So, like, you pay all this money to still have to spend an extra $10 for another hero that you should have had for free.
It's free prequel missions before the main story, which I really like. Again, I've been pushing. I'd love a mission where you're escaping Sigma Polar and you just have all this really cool stuff as these intro missions, and then you're slowly losing it until eventually everything gets broken down and you get forced off planet. But kind of this fighting retreat, I think is kind of a cool idea.
Spoilers.
It gives you that like big RTS spectacle before you kind of start to build up your tech again. I don't know though. Again, this is just me reading tea leaves. From there, our plan is to release more campaigns for as long as players are enjoying them. Are all the units in the game finished? And I'm gonna preface these 2 paragraphs by saying I think these are the 2 most challenging paragraphs in this entire FAQ. I really wish they'd rewritten these, but when it leaked. But obviously, the time between leak and release is what it is. Yes, for now. We believe our core factions have reached a fun and competitive state, but Stormgate is a living game. RTS balance is never perfect. It's safe to expect that when we have launch day, we'll continue to evolve over time. Balance adjustments, unit ideas, and faction updates will continue based on player feedback and internal goals, including our planned future introduction of new Tier 3 units. We're also actively working on our Celestial revamp, which will be rolled out in stages, as well as introduction to more units and other changes that we feel will improve the game. So they're not done.
Yeah.
Like,
we're done, but we're not done.
Frost Giant, this is everything people have been complaining to you about your communication for the last year. Yes, for now means no. I understand that you have to do some level of PR on this. But yes, for...
If you don't know where to start in Top Heroes World, the Springland is a great place to start. There are low-level enemies and villains.
Freaking
Celestial
ads.
rework, we're going to get a first look at it in Necrolite in 0.6. Tier 3 units are missing. Yeah, Infernals have 1, Vanguard have 2, Celestials have 1. We know they're missing. They're missing Tier 2 units.
They still don't have them released after all this time? You thought it was your channel? No.
As will the introduction to more units and other changes. It's not done. You can call it done all you want. Like, the way you say this is, are all the units in the game finished? No. We are still, this is a live service game. We're still revamping things, but saying yes and then spending 2 paragraphs telling me about how everything you said is not correct is exactly what everyone has been yelling at you about for the last year. You can't, you're giving so much, there's a fire that's going to happen. Because earlier, this is not the launch that you wanted. I know this, Frost Giant. We know this is true. And there's going to be a fire for that. People can say, why are they leaving early access without the 4 modes? We've been talking about this earlier. But this is like squirting accelerant all over it. This is going to go into the list of what, I think was a fairly clear copy edit. People internally were talking about early access as release. So you say we're going to fully fund it to release.
Here. Just so I don't look like a liar. All right. So I scroll down here. You see this one says name and credits if you spent $350 or more. 350 name and credits. What does it say with the +1? Name and credits, yeah, okay. So, but here's where things get spicy. $1,000. Where is it? Oh, right here. Name a unit. 58. Name a unit. 30. So, between these two alone, there has to be 88 units named after people. Is it under $1,000 too? What's his name and credits? But still, like, that's 88 units that they have to guaranteed make. Where is it? If I scroll back over here. I think they also changed a few of these too. Because I remember it was in the $300 something or $500 one. Yeah, I remember this saying name a unit. The Immortal founder. I could. Oh, there it is, right there. Oh, so yeah, 81. Yeah. Okay, so add an extra 81 people on top of the 88 there. So like what 169. 169 units have to be named after these people. 100. Yeah, it's 169, I think. 88 plus 81. So it has to be like 169 units in the game.
Release in the.
And I doubt they have that many. They have to go back in their promise. Oh yeah, they already have. I'm sure. Think of how much money they have to pay for shipping all these statues too that they had promised people. You know. Oops. Didn't mean to tab back into the game. Maybe they don't have enough creativity. Oh, of course not. I mean, considering that the Bob, which is the worker for Vanguard, they just recite lines from Terran SCVs. Except changed a little bit. Like, in the rear with the beer. It's like, you scared me. You know. Nothing like reusing old shit. You have the, I forgot but they basically have Marines, you know, for Vanguard. I forgot what they're called. So.
Kickstarter. That was a copy edit thing, and you should have gone at the time and said, hey, we misspoke, I'm sorry.
Oh, let me see what these
hey, we're going to fully fund it to release in the Kickstarter. That was a copy edit thing, and you should have gone at the time and said, hey, we misspoke, I'm sorry. You know, like, but this is going to go, if someone does not like this or someone feels jilted by this, by the process, it's going to go in their folder. You're not helping yourself here. I hope it works. I really do, because I get to talk with the devs on a regular basis. I really like the people that work.
Exactly. Get their name, get to name the same unit, whatever they want in their game. Yep. Yeah. It's just like I don't know if I'm gonna try the game again when it goes full release. Oh yeah, I didn't pay a dime, and I'm upset with the progress of the game too, because it's like I would like to have a game to go to that isn't always StarCraft 2. I would like to go from StarCraft 2 to Bar to Stormgate. You know, I like more options. But Stormgate is unfortunately just being a big heaping pile of dog doo-doo. It's been a waste of time.
Work on this game. I like the game.
The sad thing is that Beyond All Reason is way more successful than and has more players than Stormgate does, and it's completely community built. Like, it's people who donate their time into the game, invest their own time into the game. It's open source, so basically anybody who wants to jump in on the development team, they get to work on it, and you know, as long as they prove themselves, they're not trying to sabotage. And then they have donations that they allow people to donate to. The only downfall of Bar right now is that they're still not on Steam and stuff. They just half-assed remaking StarCraft, except it's not even good StarCraft. It's like, well, it's like an alternate universe of StarCraft and Warcraft merged together, and people thought that it's what they wanted, and it's not.
The Stormgate update that we got in 0.5, removing creep camps and adding Stormgates, was really good. We've seen some really cool stuff. It's not done. It's obviously not done. Things are imbalanced, and who knows, maybe 0.6 proves me wrong, and maybe they are done. Maybe all the unit revamps of Celestials, but they already say they're not there. So you can't frustrate. You can't talk out two sides of your mouth like this. Like, this is giving people this is the exact. These two paragraphs are the exact wrong thing to say. Does this mean the game is no longer in early access? Correct. Stormgate Campaign 1, Ashes of Earth, codename Necrolite, marks the end of early access. But we're a live game, and there's much more to come, including co-op missions, our 3v3 team mayhem mode, and the editor. And we consider ourselves to be still at an earlier stage of development.
They're using the crutch that a lot of these companies use. Like, I don't know if you... I know Talden has played it, but 7 Days to Die was like 8 or 9 years in early access. Fortnite was same, like 8 or 9 years in early access. They used the early access crutch so that way people don't get upset at them. Hoping that people don't get upset at them because, oh, we're still early access. I ended up really liking the final version of 7 Days to Die. I understand. I'm just saying in general, though, that 7 Days to Die spent 8 or 9 years in early access, and they used that as a crutch. They were really indecisive with their game, was the main problem. Kept remaking things, and that's what Stormgate is probably gonna end up doing. Like, they're already revamping Celestials, right? Like, which is fine in early access, but imagine if in StarCraft 2 you invest all this time into learning Protoss, and then one day Blizzard's like, and this is before Blizzard got sold to Microsoft. Imagine one day as you're playing Protoss, you see a new patch and you get excited, and then they say Protoss revamp. We are removing disruptors. We're removing Robo. We're removing gateways. We're removing all the units that you enjoy. We're giving you all new units and with new abilities. And you're gonna have to just figure it out. No more cannons. We're removing the forge. No, but those units still exist in the game. Protoss still has everything, all the fundamentals that they already had. They just rebalance shit. But I'm talking about, like, they just literally remove everything and give you new stuff, new toys. Instead of disruptors, now you have, you know, pooflingers. I don't know. Instead of a zealot, you have a pastor. You have to figure out how these new units work. The Protoss is now foreign to you. Because it's not Protoss anymore. Not the way you remember it. Or if in my case, instead of Zerg, they revamped Zerg to where it's like Celestials, where revamped Zerg like Infernals, where creep exists, but you don't need to build on it anymore, and you can build anywhere now, and your drones can now detonate and blow themselves up like banelings. But you no longer have one of your tier 3. I don't know. It's just I just don't. I kind of derailed myself, but basically, they're using the yes, we're leaving early access, but we're still in early development. They're using the word early. You know, they're using that early development line as a crutch, as a hope, using it, hoping that people don't lash out at them as hard as they have, or as hard as they could, because the game's not done or not in a playable state. Well, it's still early development. Are you early access? Not anymore. For business reasons. I don't know.
We'll be sharing a roadmap to give you a vision of what's to come closer to our launch. And again, I empathize with Freshline here, right? They are in a position they don't want to be in. They got their initial rounds of funding when the interest rate was like near 0. And then COVID, like in COVID, money was VC gaming stuff was out the wazoo. And then when they started looking for their second round of funding, we're suddenly 5% interest rate, and year over year, gaming companies in particular, tech companies, were getting like 40% less companies were funded in. It was like 40% less companies were funded or received a funding round in 2021 or like 2022 compared to 2020. The numbers aren't quite right. I did a whole article on this for Stormgate Nexus, but the funding, their expectations on funding rounds just disappeared, and they've been reeling ever since, trying to recover. Their roadmap was, I assume, different, and it's not an easy position to be in, to say we have to release this right now, but it's not where we'd like it to be. That's marketing death. To say, hey guys, go buy our game because we need you to buy our game so we can keep doing this. But yeah, it's not done yet. It's a release though. Go play it. That's a rock and a hard place. I do not envy Gerald. I do not envy Jex. I do not envy the rest of the marketing team at Frost Giant for having to go thread this path. And honestly, I wouldn't have too many issues outside of these 2 paragraphs. Like that and not explaining what you mean by foundational, because that's going to be confusing to people. But this is fuel to the flames. Everything else, I understand they're not. It's a challenging communication environment, and unfortunately on this one, I think they are shooting themselves in the foot again. We'll see.
I kind of agree. Like, if the game's not done, then don't release it. But I mean, if they're doing it because they need money, but guess what? You're not going to get any money if you release something that's not done. I don't know what the hell to say. I mean, I don't know what to do. I wouldn't know what to do in their positions. Like, this is the problem with investors, is that it's nice getting the money loaned to you, but when it comes to paying it back, and you already shot yourself in the foot once by trying to screw people over on early access, and now you're hoping that the supporters you have might be able to lure in more supporters, and try to get them to play the game. And you're hoping that having a full release means like maybe you'll get some big streamers to try to play the game, like with Tempest Rising, hoping that it'll drive people in to play the game, even though it's not done. Like, first impressions are always important. Your first impressions were already bad last year, and that was for a lot of people who were already looking at the game. But whenever you do your full launch, the first impressions of people who weren't looking at your game initially is going to be that much more important. And if you already pissed them off by showing them that the game is incomplete and is buggy as hell and isn't an enjoyable experience, I mean, you may as well just close up shop, go out of business, hang up the towel, stop putting that you worked at Blizzard for 7 years and you're the second generation, employee. I'm of course making meme references to parent software, but I'm just saying that just in general, like, if you release a game that is utter garbage, then stop saying that you used to work for Blizzard as some way to leverage people to try your game out, when you release garbage like this. If this is the best that you can do after having experience working for a AAA company, I mean, then people understand why the AAA company had to sell to Microsoft.
What's the status of co-op and the editor? Co-op missions, the train editor alpha will both be available in Sigma Labs for players who want to explore what we're working on next. Again, has this been updated from 0.4? I don't know. But that's the big question. Everything in Sigma Labs is clearly marked as a work in progress, and these modes will continue to grow and evolve in future updates. When can we play Team Mayhem? The upcoming update, 0.7, or Ornithopter, I think they're calling it.
Awaken to a world of wonder in Final Fantasy XIV Online.
That was
all
the
game
video.
modes be finished? It's impossible to say. Both modes we've previewed. We're aiming for 2026. A lot can happen between now and then. And the commercial success of our upcoming Steam release will be a major factor. Again, this is the most... It's frustrating because those two paragraphs higher are like everything Freshshine has been accused of being, of not being forthright, of speaking at both sides of their mouth. And and then we have 2 paragraphs later, like, this is the most forthright they've been. So close. But our goal is to have Team Mayhem co-op missions and the editor in a ready state by the first half of next year. As a live game, we hope to continue adding more modes in the future. Cool. 2v2 ladder.
I'm going to skip because I've already read everything.
Ashes of Earth is a solid name, by the way. Especially when you get that cinematic of the Earth burning. I think it's pretty cool. But at the end of the day, what this means, early access ends August 5th. There will be a campaign, 12 missions. They're calling...
Here's what I'm predicting. Whatever this one's called again, it's Ashes or whatever, Ashes of Earth. This is gonna be the full release of this update. When it comes to the next campaign, the campaign 2, they're gonna throw themselves back into early development. They're gonna say, or early access to campaign 2. It'll be called something else, and that'll be their excuse to be like, oh, see, we're early access because this is not campaign 1. That's the full release of that. This is the expansion, campaign 2, and we're early access. We're currently developing this, and this. Please give us money. We need money for fun. We need the funding to work on this project. That's what I'm guessing. That they'll throw themselves back into early access when they start campaign 2. And yeah, that's at least what I'm going to predict.
1v1 done. Clearly, it's not done. Or, sorry, they're not calling 1v1 done. That is unfair to them. They're saying the units as they are, the units in the game are complete. Pending a Celestial rework and tier 3 units and changes. And maybe I'm splitting hairs here, right? Because in a live service game, live service multiplayer game, there will be balance patch. Like, look at what Dota does. Heroes get changed up all the time. Things get reworked. Items get added, removed. And no one's accusing the game of being released or not released. But I just look at...
It's just unusual for an RTS game versus a MOBA. an RTS game where you need units in your arsenal in order for you to function. Like, all units are basically your items, and if you don't have the items, if you don't have all the tools in your kit to be able to take on a certain all the factions in the game. So, for instance, like Celestials, if they don't have the proper units for tier 2, tier 3 to take on the tier 2 and tier 3 of the other factions, then it's an incomplete faction. Like, you can't just imagine if Protoss had tier 3. You had Colossus, you had Disruptors, you had Carriers, you had Mothership. But Zerg and Terran, Zerg only had Zerglings up to Hydras. So, you know, from tier 1 to tier 2. They didn't have Ultras, they didn't have Infestors, they didn't have Broodlords, they didn't have Corruptors. You know, there was just Mutilating Bane, Hydra, Roach, Muta, Queens, and that's it. Like, they didn't have anything else. So no Ultra, no Broodlord, no Infestor, no Corruptors. And then Terran, they had Marines, Marine Marauder, Medevac, Siege Tank. I mean, no. We can't do that because if they Terran, we just take away Ghosts, Battle Cruisers, and Liberators, and we take away we'll take away Marauders too. So it's just Marine, Medevac, Hellion, Thor. Actually, no, we gotta take away Thor's too. Take away Thor's. So just in general, you kind of get the idea. Like, if the factions don't have all the tools that they need in order to play against each other, then once a faction gets to a certain tech tree, then it's basically almost impossible to beat them because you don't have all the tools in your kit. And that's how it did feel at some point with some of the games that I was playing. Like, with Celestials, I would have to make the Kree, and I have to make those dudes that shot the little pew-pews, they're like the tier 1 units. Like, I would get the High Templar equivalent, I forgot what the hell they're called, I'm forgetting what these units are called, but then once I got to a certain point, it's like, okay, now I have 4 or 5 different units part of my comp, but I feel like I can't do anything because I'm being outswarmed by the Infernals, because they have those Megalodons, whatever, stomping everything. They have that dragon dude that's at tier 3. I don't know.
Kind of what has been promised, and if you're calling,
it's not
like,
fun.
If you're doing a full faction rework, and you're in the process of doing so when you release, that's something that's in process. That's not in our next update, we want to give the XYZ. It's
basically on full release, anybody who wants to play Celestials now will not have fun whenever they release the rework, because now they're not going to know how to play Celestials. Because it's completely different from what they're used to. The fact that they didn't do the revamp before the full release is just mind-boggling to me. Like, okay, so you're going to release the faction in a weakened, shittier state, and you're hoping that this revamp is going to make them better, but it's also going to change the faction so much that it's going to make it, all the time people invest into that faction, completely useless. Because now they don't know how to play it again. It's like you're taking people who master a race, and when you revamp it, it drops them right back down from masters to bronze, because now they don't know how to play it.
Anyways, campaign's gonna be out August 5th. We're gonna get a new look at Stormgates, hopefully with some balance changes. Hopefully they're active on fixing balance that changes for the first until it gets roughly 50-50 in matchups. Like, I think that is a really big thing. Sounds like we might get some co-op updates in Sigma Labs. I don't know. There will be a update to the editor as well, although it sounds like it's going to be fairly small and just more like bug fixes than adding new functionality. I don't know. I'm cautiously optimistic, is kind of where I've been for the last year. I like all the changes they made in every update. I hope I'm going to like this one as well, but we're just going to have to see. In the meantime, I'm going to be hopefully talking with Tim Campbell in the next 2 weeks prior to launch, I hope, or shortly thereafter. If you got questions for him, please drop them in the comments down below. If you like this, you want to stay up to date with Storm.
All right, that's the end of the video. We were originally only watching this because of food that I was eating. Let me go ahead and I'll drop the video so you guys can give it a like if you want and all that. It is pretty late now. This is normally when I end my stream. So at least for now, this is normally when I've been ending it. Let me see. Sorry, I'm just checking something real quick. Wow, how did I lose 2 followers in the short time that I was streaming? What the hell? I went from 997 to 995 again. What the hell, man? Oh well. We were 3 away, now we're back to 5 away. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and end it. Thanks again for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. If you haven't followed already, be sure to give the channel a follow. If you'd like to help support me, consider clicking that subscribe button down below. Or if you have Twitch Prime, consider Twitch priming. We'll greatly appreciate it. But as always, thanks again. I will see you guys tomorrow. Have a good night. Take it easy. Peace.